Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Somebody needs to mute, thank you. It's Tuesday, September 3rd. This is the work session of the County Commissioners, and we've been in an exec session with Open Space and Trails Board until just now, and now we're having a working lunch. And this is a joint meeting with Open Space and Trails. And up first is Roaring Fork Safe Passages, and we have two guests from Roaring Fork Safe Passages. Gary, do you want to kick this off, or we just throw it to them?
So I'm Gary Tenenbaum, the director of Picken County Open Space and Trails, and I'll let the two people next to me introduce themselves in a minute. They'll be doing the presentation, but what you're here today is for a budget supplemental. Back in March, we came in for the original funding to do the initial study, and they'll explain what that initial study was. But now they have done that, and they're ready to go to phase 2. So we said we'd be back in September for phase 2 funding. And so you have the budget supplemental in your packets. And it's $12,000 to $18,000. Snowmass Village is potentially going to be a partner, and I can let Cecily or Julia talk about that. But you know, the full cost of this next phase is $36,000. The city of Aspen is splitting it with us. But if we could get Snowmass Village as a partner too, it would reduce our cost to have 3 partners in this. So we just want you to approve in the end, it would be great to, if you're willing to approve the budget supplemental at $18,000, but it might go back down to 12 or somewhere in that range if Snowmass is there. So with that,
Thanks.
Let me turn it over to Cecily with Roaring Fork Safe Patches.
Thank you. Cecily D'Angelo, Executive Director of Roaring Fork Safe Passages, and we're excited to be in front of you again today. We are moving into phase 2 of the mitigation plan from the airport to Woody Creek. And as we enter into this phase, I'm going to let Julia describe to you a little bit about the specifics of what we will be doing during this phase, but we are seeking funding for this. And then, so we have 3 phases. So the first phase is complete. Now we're moving into the second. And the third, we are committed, Roaring Fork Safe Passages and foundations and private donors are committed to funding. So this, for the mitigation plan, this will be our final ask. I'm going to turn it over to Julia Kench, who we're so lucky to have as our, are you okay?
Yeah. Red light means you're on.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Cecily. Yeah. Great. Julia Kinch with Eco Resolutions. And we're here today to give you a little update on where we are and with the project and sort of demonstrate the work that's been done to date and where we're going with this stage 2 work and request. So just as a reminder, this is the first priority area for the Roaring Fork Safe Passages watershed and the analysis that we did, and this is where we decided to focus our efforts on first, and this is the section of Highway 82 between the airport and roughly around the landfill. So just as a reminder, our goals for this particular segment of roadway are to reduce wildlife vehicle conflict, so both for the sake of drivers as well as to reduce wildlife conflict and mortality on the roadway, and secondly, to improve and preserve the long-term permeability in these areas for wildlife to be able to move safely across the highway. And part of the objective with this work was also to coordinate any type of wildlife mitigation or wildlife crossing investments on Highway 82 with Pitkin County Open Space and other partners, and looking at potential targeted land protection, habitat protection efforts, which is also a big priority for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. So as was mentioned, this particular work effort has been split up into 3 stages, and the first stage is this mitigation strategy development. So this is the stage that is currently underway, and I will mention that these stages are somewhat both overlapping in time and also very much integrated with one another, and so with one spade kind of feeding back into the others. And so stage 1 is currently underway, and this is the focus of this is to develop a science-based and stakeholder informed mitigation strategy for meeting those mitigation objectives here. The second stage is really further developing these mitigation concepts and using drone photogrammetry to create high-resolution terrain models that can further help us determine, okay, what is feasible, what is not feasible, especially with regards to the target species in this landscape. And those terrain models also really can help feed into future engineering design work that would be much further down the road. And then stage 3 is about preparing outreach and education materials. And so this could include things such as a video or ArcGIS online story map, brochures, those kinds of materials that can be used to just communicate out the findings of this mitigation planning process and communicating with stakeholders, the public, decision makers, and so forth. And I did want to highlight that public outreach and education are a really integral component of this whole process. So there's a focused effort at the end of the planning process, but we are working very closely with our partners and with stakeholders throughout this process to really both obtain a lot of input and information from these folks, also other interests and concerns in this landscape, and integrate all of that into this planning process. So this slide is just kind of a quick overview of like what these 3 stages are and again, how they overlap with one another. And where we are right now is sort of in the middle of this process. We've conducted this resource review and data synthesis and the initial site visit, evaluating all this information. Like I mentioned, the partner and stakeholder engagement and conducting. We had a stakeholder meeting a month or so ago and have conducted also follow-up interviews and just discussions with various partners to continue that process. And we have developed different mitigation alternatives. So now we're in the process of evaluating these mitigation alternatives and seeing which one's most feasible. And then again, we'll feed into stage 2, which will give us more information for that evaluation process. So just briefly, based on what we've learned so far, here are some potential mitigation scenarios that we're investigating further. And this can include both near-term options as well as longer-term options. And they're not necessarily mutually exclusive. Some of these could weave into one another. And so these are all things that we're looking at, such as improving the existing wildlife fence that's on the eastern end of this particular project area, a nighttime speed limit reduction. We have an existing box culvert that was designed for wildlife in this project area. Can we replace that? What would that look like? How can we make that more functional for the target species? Potentially adding additional crossing structures with fencing in this segment, and also opportunities for just improving driver visibility so that they're less likely to have a conflict with an animal. The criteria that we're using to evaluate these alternatives include wildlife and biological considerations, safety and human considerations. So that includes both, again, trying to reduce the wildlife vehicle collision conflict, but other human interests as well, including land uses, adjacent land uses, recreation, and so forth. Design considerations or limitations to any of these alternatives, construction and maintenance considerations, and then the relative cost of these different alternatives. Then within this bigger picture of these kind of mitigation alternatives for this whole priority segment, we're also looking at individual locations and their potential for wildlife crossing structures. And so we're evaluating specific locations. This is that box culvert that I mentioned, based on site-specific wildlife and biological considerations, again, the safety and human considerations, as well as the land ownership, land use, terrain and landscape characteristics, what kind of crossing structure would be needed and dimensions in order to meet the needs of a given location and the species in that part of the landscape, and then constructability is another major factor. And we're not going to go into these particular locations right now, A, because of time, and B, because we're not really ready to go public with this information at this moment. We're still evaluating this with all of our partners. And again, the drone survey information that's stage 2 is really going to feed into this and help us refine these locations. And, you know, we're not necessarily saying we're recommending a certain number of wildlife crossings at this point either. We just want to evaluate all of these locations and see which ones meet the needs best. So we have about 5 locations that we're still evaluating here. So as Gary mentioned, at this point, we are seeking additional funding for the Stage 2 concept development. Again, as Cecily mentioned, Stage 1 is fully funded thanks to the support from the county and from the city of Aspen. And Stage 3 is also funded. We have committed funders from Roaring Forks Safe Passages, donors to Roaring Forks Safe Passages. And so our focus right now is on this $36,000 for Stage 2 in order to complete these next steps with the support of the county and the city of Aspen and hopefully also Snowmass in order to do this. And really our objective here is just to keep this work moving forward and advance it to the next stage. And that's all I have for you. So I think we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I'm really gratified to see that you already have private donations lined up for Stage 3, and you're not coming back to us on that one. After our conversation today, if the concept development were to change, I can't imagine the budget changing dramatically, but I want to make sure you have enough wiggle room if something changes. This isn't a bare bones budget. This sounds like an appropriate budget, but it depends on whether Snowmass joins or not, whether or not you're 18 or 12.
Correct.
Got it.
The
Okay.
18 or 12
But we're
plus,
gonna allocate the entire 18.
depending on them, but they came to us with.
Yeah.
They came to us with the $36,000
Got it.
ask, and so I was told it's not a bare bones budget. It's a responsible, efficient budget
Thank
to
you
get
for
it
that.
done.
Thanks for defining it that way. Before I throw it to Francie and then Michael, the next thing I want to say is, when you talk about human and wildlife conflict, we're talking about not only injury to the animals, we're trying to get an idea of how many animals are injured every year or every couple of years. And I know you're trying to collect data on that. But then also humans are injured, and I don't think we've had any fatalities in my recent memory, but people get injured in this as well. So I think this is important, and I want to learn more about that. I'm going to give it to Francie.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you so much. I have a couple of questions about, I think it's unusual that we're talking about doing it in a place where we already have a safe, maybe not built by Safe Passages, but an underpass. Given the length of 82 and all the collisions elsewhere, it's interesting. And then, do we have any data on the number of animals that actually use the box underpass that we have?
Yeah, great question. So there is an existing box culvert. It's about 100 feet long, and if I remember on the top of my head, it's something like 12 feet high and maybe like 16 feet wide. There are animals that use that. CPW does have a camera down there currently. I don't have specific numbers on that, but even when I was out there in June, we saw deer nearby. We saw deer tracks in the culvert. We saw bobcat. We saw mountain lion track around there. So there's definitely animals that use it, but there's one particular species that is most definitively not using it, and that's elk. And elk is a really big, it's a species of concern. And elk have more strict passage requirements about what they will and what use and what they won't use for a crossing structure. And that structure is too small to accommodate elk. And CPW will tell you the same thing in all the research that we've done in other locations. So really, when it's working for some species and it's a barrier for others, or one in particular. And so the replacement would be looking at how can we make a bigger structure here that would be usable by elk. We know there's elk in this portion of the project area. They're getting in the fencing. They're still getting hit in the fencing, unfortunately. And so one of the kind of, I call it sort of a no-brainer thing that we should be looking at is really improving the existing fencing.
Right, that's
So
what I
how can we improve that? And there's definitely some specific things we can do. And in conjunction, ideally, I think, with replacing that particular box culvert.
In the same location?
In the same location, but we are looking at wildlife crossing structures in other locations as well. And so that would be part of this stage 2 process.
And we're not looking at overhead passages?
Not at that location, but potentially elsewhere.
Okay, thank you.
And then
Thank you.
Michael Kinsley. And then Pat.
I thought I understood at the beginning, is that,
You're on.
at the beginning that the first stage, not your particular steps, stepwise, was to sort of strategically look at the whole stretch of the highway and figure out where the greatest need was. So to put our money where, what money we had initially to work in the place where the most problem was. And what I'm hearing today was a really narrow stretch of the total highway. So why the focus on that very small stretch of the highway instead of the whole banana?
Yeah, so you are correct. So the first sort of step that we took was evaluating the entire stretch of Highway 82 as well as 133, looking at both of those
Yes.
highways to say, okay, where are the areas with the greatest need? And from there, we identified 5 or 6 areas on those 2 highways that kind of met that criterion of the greatest need, both for human safety as well as for wildlife movement and safety. And one of those is this particular segment that we're looking at now. So now we said, okay, we're going to focus on this one first. It's not to say that we're not going to go back and look at some of those other priority segments on 82 and 133 that were identified, but this is the one that we're focusing on first and saying, okay, what does it look like to actually do mitigation in this particular stretch of roadway that is one of those areas with the greatest need? And what are those opportunities? What are the constraints? What would this actually look like? And ultimately, what is that going to cost?
So this one of 5 was chosen based on what?
Based on several things. I mean, I think one is the existing partnerships and land protection efforts that are already present in this particular landscape, and that just kind of that opportunity. And, you know, there is certainly a pressing need of the kind of the elk conflict that is very visible and apparent in this stretch of roadway. It's not to say that some of the other segments don't also have some of those problems, but I think just having these kinds of opportunities as sort of a starting place. Again, I think Roaring Fork Safe Passages, and Cecily can speak to this, is committed to also looking at these other priority areas in the near-ish term, but you got to start somewhere first. So you want to add on to that?
Go, please.
Yeah, so it's one of 6 locations. So we chose to start on this location in part because it is by far the most complex and long stretch of highway. So it was also a location that in theory could lend itself, and I'm not going to say that this will end up happening because it's a very complex piece of stretch of highway with a lot of different needs that are kind of pulling on the land. But in theory, it was one of the locations where you could do a series of overpasses and or underpasses, creating kind of like a network of wildlife corridor stretches throughout the distance between the airport and Woody Creek. So we felt like taking a look at this one first because of the partnerships, because of the elk conflict. The elk conflict in this area is one of the worst in the state. So it's
In
definitely
this particular
of concern.
stretch.
Yes.
And so a question that kind of goes back to what Greg said. So you're picking this one section, great, and this is going to take years. And then we go to number 2, and that's going to take you. Why don't we do them all at once?
No, so I'm actually currently fundraising, and we will commence on the other 5 stretches, hopefully Q1 or Q2 of next year.
Okay, good.
And those stretches, each one is significantly shorter, and each stretch is significantly cheaper. So none of those, unfortunately, our valley is very developed. So there are no other locations that are really eligible or make sense for like a more comprehensive like look at doing overpasses or underpasses. So each of the other 5 locations are more like maybe we could do one underpass, maybe we could do one overpass, which may end up being the case in this one as well. But they're far smaller segments, less complex, less expensive. So we're going to try to tackle the mitigation plans for all of those at the same time. My goal is to have those mitigation plans in place so that they are there as information, and we will continue to push certain projects forward. Not all 6 projects are going to be able to move forward simultaneously, but I want to have the mitigation plans in place so that those are tools that are both accessible to local cities, counties, and CDOT. If CDOT's going to come in and do any other type of road work, we have that there. So I personally, with Roaring Fork Safe Passages, will continue to try to push the most viable projects forward. And in some cases, it's the lowest hanging fruit that will be moving forward as well. But in other cases where we're not getting the partnerships, where we're not getting the collaboration, these plans will be in place for the future, if that makes sense. Sort of the
So why not-
mitigation plans for the priority sites and all the valley.
So why not move forward with all of them at once?
Oh, it was just too much. Yeah.
My capacity.
Yeah.
Your capacity.
Yeah, I work as a consultant.
So what if we
this is
hired
one
another,
project.
what if we hired another consultant?
There's only one Julia.
Well, there's not
It's
many
a serious
consultants.
question.
Well, it's not many consultants that actually do this and have been successful in Colorado and in other states to make this happen. So, just think about this too, is that we're looking at 5 different sections in the Roaring Fork Valley. CDOT might fund one of these, and the federal funding might be one. If we can find the one that will save the most elk and be the most productive, let's go for that one. And this section might be it.
Yeah, Julia's skill set is like highly unique, and the other, just to know, I mean, they'll only be staggered by about a year, so they're going to be done very closely. My hope is that when we go to do the other 5 locations that are in our priorities, that we will be. So 3 of those aren't eligible for overpasses or underpasses. It's already off the table. Unless we discover something that we haven't seen yet. Those locations are going to have to be other mitigation, which might be like we just have the fence in the wrong place, or there's a gap where the animals are getting caught on the roadway. So for whatever reason, in some of these locations, we're seeing really high hit rates, and our goal will be to reduce that. Some of that work can be done at a far lower price, and it will give us really, really solid results and hopefully lower hits in a very quick timeline. That I feel very capable of moving forward, and I wouldn't put that in the category of like CDOT will only tackle one. But Gary's right that CDOT may only fund like one overpass or one underpass in the near term. And so we do have to prioritize these out. That being said, the lower hanging fruit and some of that work, I hope that we can work as a local community to fund some of that and reduce hits in the valley overall in a more quick timeline.
So
Yeah.
I think what you guys done is remarkable, especially yourself, given the amount of volunteer time you put into this. But I hate to see this problem, the solutions constrained by a sort of a narrow examination of capacity and both personnel and money. It seems to me like we ought to go for this thing as aggressively as possible, and it feels like we're not doing that to me.
Well,
And I'm not in any way criticizing either of you guys. You're doing amazing work.
You will see something in the budget for 2025 for the next phases of this. I got to meet with them to define what that will be, but you'll see that. But I'm really limiting it to like I have to be careful. You guys can choose not to be and go through the whole valley, but I was hoping as a Picken County resident, I was limiting it to Picken County or just a little bit outside of Picken County. And hopefully they would be able to raise funds from Eagle and Garfield and the other towns that are there. So you'll see a budget number to continue this into 2025 for the other sections, but I'm only going to recommend that we fund it in Picken County. And you guys could choose differently, but it's just part of the deal. This is Picken County funding, so.
We've got a lot more questions here. Can we move on? Thank you for that, Michael.
I think Howie was first and then me.
Howie, then Patty.
Well, first of all, thanks for coming back. It's
Right.
a great sort of momentum that you've built up and are continuing. But a history question. down valley, there are fences. Why were there not fences from that point up to the airport? Who made that decision, and was it a mistake, if you want to make a value statement about that?
Answer that, even though I know you don't know the history
I
necessarily.
don't necessarily know all of the history, but I can tell you, I mean, a lot of it is based on the collision data and CDOT making those decisions when they were doing another road project and saying, and looking at, they always look at all kinds of safety. That's a huge part of their mission is safe transportation. And so where wildlife vehicle collisions are a part of that, the easiest way to deal with that problem is to put out fencing. Okay. And that partially deals with it, but it also creates a barrier to wildlife movement. And of course, this valley and the access to the river and the resources on either side. And so it doesn't provide that. And so there are still some issues with the fencing. There are animals that still get caught in some sections of the fencing. Some of that is because we kind of know how to design these things better than when they were originally done. And some of that is simply because the animals still have this need to move, and so they're pushing it. So you're still seeing a problem there. As to the greater history,
I honestly don't. I don't know. I apologize. I should know the history of that a bit better, and I don't know when the decision was made or why. But I do think that on each side of the roadway there, the constraints were just too great. And so I think that they felt like instead of creating wildlife movement across that corridor, it was better just to fence it off, unfortunately, for better or worse.
Related to that question is, do you have good data as to the population size of the elk and the deer herd? So
On
that
each side.
we know the magnitude of the animals trying to move from one side of the valley to the other.
we have decent data
Is
from
that from DPW?
Parks. I'm sorry?
Is it from CPW?
It is from CPW. So our wildlife data are from CPW, and they're constantly doing demographic studies and understanding population size. I would say we probably have a better grasp of the population sizes than their specific movement patterns, because those are not data that have been very well collected. Really, most parts of the state don't have those, really good collar tracking data. So a lot of that comes from more of the kind of expert information, other kinds of studies and research that has been done, but a lot of also just experts who work who are local here and people who really know this landscape and those kinds of observations over time.
Okay.
It seems that the science of crossings and wildlife movements has dramatically improved since most of this stuff was installed or put in, I'd say.
Yeah,
especially the underpasses.
Absolutely. CDOT really hasn't committed to these kinds of connectivity projects until I'd say the last 8 years or so, and we've seen a great increase in them. But prior to that, there were occasional actual crossings that were put in specifically where required for endangered species, so lynx in particulars. But we didn't really know how to design them well and site them well and all these other things. So the science as a whole, just globally, has increased dramatically, but also our knowledge here and our commitment to working on these projects and CDOT and CPW working together as a partnership. That's also kind of recent news. So, when that original fencing was put in, it was a safety perspective. It was really focused on that rather than the connectivity needs.
A human.
Yeah, human safety. Yes, thanks.
Okay.
Yeah,
Patty.
I find it interesting that we don't have a lot of information on how this wildlife moves. We know how many there are, but we don't know how they move. So how can we determine where we're going to put any mitigation if we don't know where they're crossing?
I'm not sure that's an accurate
Well, that's what I
assumption.
just heard her say.
Well, let me put a finer point on that. I think that's a valid observation from what I said, and I mean, it's not to say we know nothing. We don't know as much as we'd like. The best data are collar tracking data, where it's giving you animal movements every 2 hours. Where we do have collar data, it's every day or so. So maybe an animal is on this side of the road and on that side of the road. You don't always know exactly how they cross. But there's other ways of knowing that. Some of that is through where they get hit attempting to cross. So that tells us that they tried to cross. And where we see patterns in those data over time, it gives a very strong indication that this is an area where animals are constantly trying to cross. And some of that is observational. I mean, the CPW staff on the ground and other biologists in this valley, they do know a lot, even if we don't have the empirical data in the
Right,
same
well,
way.
they need to have a seat at this table, that's for
The
sure.
bicycle commuters also have a really clear idea where the hits are.
Sure.
Yeah, the bike trails going from Snowmass to
CPW is a
South
big piece of this puzzle.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, my bigger questions were, we're talking about a stretch that's also governed by the FAA. They need to be consulted in all of this. If we're gonna talk about rearranging that culvert passageway at the end of the runway, even though it's not on the airport property, it's in the flight path, as would be fencing, and they need to, and if we were to put an overpass, we've got, issues with, we have these planes that we hope will continue to fly in and out of our airport. And CDOT, if anything comes with reducing, we'd like to reduce speeds through there anyway. There's enforcement issues with both the sheriff and with state highway patrol, or Colorado.
State
State
patrol.
Patrol.
I know, I'm from California, so it's
CHP.
California Highway Patrol. So that, CDOT is the only one who can reduce speeds through that section, and then enforcement would be tough, especially at night. But it's a great idea for that whole stretch, daytime or nighttime. And then open space comes into play, because if we're gonna be talking about anything that's gonna happen on any of the city or county open space in that stretch, a lot of time it's not allowed and has to go to a vote of the people in order to use those spaces, that land, for anything other than what it's designed and was purchased for. So and I think your time frame is really, everybody's saying get it done, but a lot of those things, if you were gonna change the use of any open space, it'd have to go to a vote. So a year, it just drags things out, so we have to be careful.
We have a lot of time on that.
Yeah.
Because once we figure out which ones work and which ones don't, we can always look into, where it lands, where it doesn't land. And
Yeah,
where it
yeah, I'm
does.
just saying, especially an overpass. We've tried it, and I've said this before, and I'm gonna say it again. We've been trying to put an overpass in at Owl Creek Road for pedestrian safety, and we've had a very difficult time getting it because people don't want anything over the highway because of scenic view planes.
Right.
So, if we can't protect human health, sometimes people would rather protect the health of the wildlife, but it's, those are just some obstacles I feel that we need to be vetting out at the beginning rather than in the middle of the process.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you. That is why we have a very stakeholder involved process, is so that when we evaluate each of these different alternatives, we can see what those challenges are, where we need to be communicating with the airport. The airport is somebody that we actually are trying to reach out to. We have had a little conversation with them. Certainly having the county very involved in the entire process and review, so that we, where there are additional needs, we can identify those right up front. So putting all of that information, other kinds of interests, whether it's recreation, whether it's, scenic, aesthetic,
Right.
those are really critical, because that could, we have to get ahead of those. We have to be aware of those from the get-go. So all of that is going into our evaluation matrix of
And
these
the airport
alternatives.
is, as we know, not always under our control. So
Absolutely.
it's talking about going to the feds, so
Yeah.
but anyway, thanks, Greg.
I wanted to, maybe this would be an opportunity to talk about how we know these are difficult projects. We know they're expensive. We know they're difficult. They require public process. And I think you're checking the boxes on all of those things. One, I wanted you to talk a little bit about the big achievement I look to when I think we have a hard time getting something done is to look at what Beth Hart has done in California with the big overpass there. Maybe you could just discuss that briefly. And then also mention that she's coming, right? I want to make sure you get that in today.
Yeah. So, and you can probably speak to that project a little bit better than I can, but we have a woman whose name is Beth Pratt will be coming to speak on behalf of Roaring Fork Safe Passages, and part of what she'll be presenting about was her effort and she worked with Caltrans in Los Angeles to do what will be the world's largest highway or wildlife crossing over the 101. And I believe it crosses how many lanes? 10 lanes of highway, which is remarkable. And it's connecting two populations of mountain lions who otherwise were getting to the point where they were not connected and inbreeding. So these populations would have died out without it.
And
so,
several other species as well use
yeah,
that.
absolutely. Yeah. Many other species, but those were the sort of focal points. Just like in our valley, we often look at the elk populations as being one of our focal points, but there's many other populations or species of animals that will benefit from these crossings. But the project that Beth, what she was able to do was raise a really large chunk of private money, which then was met by other private donations plus sort of local funding, and then they went to Caltrans and were able to get Caltrans and federal funding. So the Wildlife Crossings Pilot Program, which is the federal funds, were able to match it to make this project happen. And it's a great example. And I actually, just to put this out to the group now, I think we're going to have a choice moving forward as to each piece of mitigation. We can choose to fund this locally and see if we have the funds to do it locally. So there might be a stretch of fencing, which really makes sense to do soon. And we can look at it and say, okay, is this something that the county wants to fund on its own? And then there may be other pieces where we follow Beth's example and we gather enough locally to then challenge CDOT, and then CDOT in turn can go and seek federal funding. So there may be different ways that we approach this type of funding, and some of it we may choose to do quite quickly and can, if the funds are there and if the will is there of the community to do it on a faster scale. We're not quite to that point yet because, again, we just haven't completed the mitigation plans for this segment that we're doing currently, and then what we will commence in the beginning of the year. But once we have that information, I think that it's a lot of power to not only Pickens County, but again, to Eagle County, Garfield County, and 4 of the 6 priority zones do fall in Pickens County. So there are only 2 that fall outside. And each location may have various priced mitigation options. So that will enable the community to decide, okay, are we going to put some of the funds towards what might be a quicker fix for some of these really horrific crashes, and then we decide to go after state funds and federal funds for other projects. So that once these mitigation plans are complete, it's going to give us a lot of tools to decide how to pursue, how to fund. And I think that by then we will also have the tools to market to the community, which is phase 3 here, to talk to the community and see what the community will to fund this kind of thing is as well.
Great, thank you. So we know it takes a long time. It's taken a decade or more, maybe for the one in California. We know those are long.
Absolutely.
The ones on I-70 have taken a long time.
Julia has been working on the Eastvale Pass project for how long, Julia? As a volunteer. She volunteers all of her time on this.
That one's 20 years in the making. Some of it was
Right.
before my time.
So these things
Yeah.
take a long time. We understand
long
that,
time.
and they're expensive, but
Yeah.
we also know they get done too.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask one more thing, because whenever I as a bicyclist, I'm seeing carcasses up and down. I can tell you where I think the crossings ought to go, and it sounds like this one is a good start. What time of year when you hit an elk, it's said a certain time of year you're killing 2, because typically the cows are pregnant, right? That's in the winter, right? Is it? I'm looking at Wayne, who's our forest guy.
Well, they breed in the fall and they
Okay,
calve
so-
in the spring. So.
Right, thank you, okay. I thought it was something like that. I just wanted
Figure it
to,
out from there.
before I just make that.
So happy they asked Wayne.
Yeah, if they're successful, then they're pregnant in
Right,
between.
yeah. So the thing is, to see a dead cow carcass thinking that that's 2 elk there, Just, it's pretty hard to swallow. But I smell them whenever I'm riding up and down. There doesn't seem to be a fresh one recently, but the other thing I wanted to ask is, with that overpass that's existing, CDOT tried to do the right thing. They just didn't quite know what to do to make it optimal. Is there any way we can make that underpass more optimal? Is there any way you can use an old underpass and somehow put mirrors on the sides of the walls or lights on the others, something so the elk feel comfortable walking into this dark tunnel?
It's like a
Signs,
meow wolf.
welcome.
Yeah.
And
Don't
you
they know how to
you
read?
trim their
Right.
antlers, right?
There are times when I always start any one of these projects looking at what's out there right now. How can we make the most of what we already have on the landscape? And, how can we make existing bridges and culverts more functional without having to completely replace them? However, in this case, this structure
happen.
is never going to be optimal for
Kind
elk.
of down in a
Yeah,
hollow, right.
but at first I was a little even hesitant to feel like, can we even, by replacing it, is there enough room to replace it, make a bigger structure? And after kind of sitting on that for some time, I actually felt pretty confident about it, that not only by replacing that culvert with a bridge, you could actually cut off about 25 feet of length, which is a really big deal.
And she means buried bridge, just so everyone.
Right.
I guess
Yeah.
that bridge, I'm saying, right at the end of the runway, I'm not sure that would happen.
No, no, no,
already
no.
Yeah,
No,
sorry.
It's
underpass,
a buried
underpass
bridge.
Yeah, not a bridge overpass or anything. Definitely keeping it an underpass, but opening it up by having a bridge rather than a culvert. You get rid of those side slope walls. You can open it up that way, and that's kind of ends up being wider also at eye level, which is better. And so I really am pretty confident that we can put a structure there that would be much more functional for elk. And they're completely avoiding it right now, and so I actually feel that that's a really good opportunity. But I don't think we're ever going to make that existing box culvert functional for elk.
Thanks for that short answer on that. Thank you. Steve?
One thought might be to develop water sources on the dry side near the entrance to the passage to attract the wildlife to that location, and that would then make them more likely to use the underpass. And it might also prevent some of them from wanting to get down to the river if they would have water up on, the dry side of the highway in some locations. And there are some different things that ranchers and I think Parks and Wildlife have done to develop really tiny water, really tiny springs. They can actually get, I think they call them guzzlers. Does that sound familiar to you, Wayne?
Yeah, they're often precipitation collectors, basically. Is what a
But
guzzler is.
that'd be another strategy just to lessen the number of wildlife wanting to get on the other side of the highway to get to go get a drink, as well as attracting them to the entrance of the passageway.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think especially in areas where perhaps crossing structures aren't feasible, whether it's in this particular priority area or some of the other areas where we're looking at how else can we accommodate those wildlife needs for resources, for forage, for water, et cetera. And I think those are all things we're going to have to consider in the long view of this landscape, because it is a very heavily used landscape in many regards, and we have to think about where are the places and where are the opportunities still where we might be able to preserve or restore long-term connectivity for wildlife, and where are the places where those are simply lost, and we might have to accept that and be okay with that, but are we going to accept that everywhere? We certainly know that habitat loss in the bigger picture is a huge threat to wildlife in this valley and beyond, across the West Slope. And so, if we lose all ability for animals to move across the landscape, that has consequences as well.
I'm going
Definitely need to think broadly.
I think we need to draw this into a close. We have more business to conduct, and I know open space needs to go. Do we need a thumbs up for this
No,
supplemental?
From you guys, we need a thumbs up. From the Open Space Board, I need a motion to
Okay.
recommending the budget supplemental to the BoCC.
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
So let's formalize that.
It's a recommendation to recommend the budget supplemental to the BoCC
Supplemental in the amount of,
in the amount of $18,000.
Michael moves, anybody second? I'll second it.
He seconded.
Okay, Graham second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Unanimous, thank you.
Great.
Just a 15-second note, if I can stick it in here.
Please.
Greg, apologize for that. Is we
Speak up a little bit.
Yes,
Say 15
we have decades of experience and history and investment in this valley that we can be really proud of for establishing open space and trails. This is brand new. I need to be better trained, that's clear.
She's happy to do that for you.
And we're just getting off the blocks with this one. And I wonder, and I don't know, whether there's anything else we can do to get fully up to speed on this, the way we're up to speed with trails and open space, and agricultural. What else do we need to do to make this a solid, aggressive county policy? I don't know. I'm sort of appealing to everybody in the room on that
Thank
question.
you, Michael. I would just jump on that really quickly and say, I think that technology is evolving to the extent where there may be other solutions emerging for at least alerting the vehicles of wildlife crossings, or maybe even alerting the animals, you know, that they're in a dangerous place and maybe inhibiting them from crossing. I think that that's something worth researching. I don't know, state-of-the-art stuff out there just may not be there yet, but I kind of think that we're clearly interested in learning more, and I agree with you that this is really important. So with that, if I can move it along, I'm going to, you don't need any, we can't, you're gonna bring it back to us.
Comes
You're going to
back
get
to
it
the regular
through
meeting.
a
We're gonna get it
supplemental. I just
in our reading.
rather present just once to
Thank
both
you.
boards, get the
Well done.
recommendation from the Open Space Board to you guys, and then you'll get it on your next regular meeting.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Appreciate
And
it.
by
Thank
that
you for
time, we
coming.
might know if Snowmass is,
Yeah.
what level of partnership we have some Snowmass too. And I'll let the Open Space Board know.
And keep us in the loop on happenings, events. When is your event here? Is it public?
It is. We'll need to get some RSVPs, but I will make sure that everyone in this room gets an invite to it. And it is on October 4th.
Great.
And it'll be just right after work, so you can come over after at 5 p.m.
be?
Yeah. It's going to be on the rooftop of the Gant.
The
So they've
Gant.
been, yeah.
The
Okay,
rooftop at the Gant?
on top of their conference center, right?
I didn't know there was a,
Conference, yeah.
Above the pool.
I didn't know there was a rooftop place up there other than
Yep.
a rooftop.
There is.
Okay, great.
Great,
Hey,
thanks for
thank you.
coming.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it. Julia, you're just heading out of town today, I assume you're here? for-
No, I'm here tomorrow doing some additional work
Must
Oh,
be
got it,
nice.
okay.
around
Well,
here, so yes.
We're walking the
I have
fence
some
if
other
anybody
questions
wants
for
to
you, so I
join.
want to talk before you
Yeah,
leave.
give me a holler.
Okay, great,
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I know.
thank
With a
you.
lot of orange on.
Yeah.
Okay, now, we've used up a lot of time on that. We need to talk about these AABC to BC trails.
Let me share this.
We have a whole hour. for
Do we have a
this.
full hour for this?
You guys have a full
Why am I-
hour for
Why am I
this?
feeling so rushed for time?
I
We have
will,
we have an hour, but the Open
it'll
Space
take an
Board
hour.
doesn't. These
We're
guys
gonna
don't.
speak, and then we're gonna close out at 1
Yeah,
o'clock.
if you could, the Open Space Board is
they have
only
to leave
scheduled
soon.
to 1, so they'll stick around for a little bit longer, but
Okay.
they're only scheduled for 1 because they've already made the recommendation
That's
to
my
you,
sense
but
of
they would
urgency.
love to at least just weigh in on this second piece of the puzzle. And so, let me get this. I made a short presentation. Everything's in your packet. So, just to kind of go over what we're here for today is, you know, there's been talk of these new potential options for the AABC area bridge. We did a community engagement about that bridge, so we have some new survey findings about what the public wanted to see. And then really today is to see if you guys are ready to provide direction to spend the money that's in the budget, the 2024 budget, for $250,000. The city has reaffirmed their match of $250,000. They reaffirmed that last week, and they still realize that you guys are the lead. Picken County is the lead on this. They want to participate, but are really just, they gave you this kind of sign that they're ready to move forward on their piece of the puzzle. So what we're looking for direction on is to do further design, feasibility, and refine the cost estimates, because the reality is we did feasibility and initial feasibility to get to this point, but we also put pretty heavy contingencies, and we also put the project out 2025 to 2026. So, there are some pretty hefty contingencies. And so, with the public feedback that we've gotten to date, and with the open space boards from the city and the county, and now the city council saying that they're ready to move forward, at least on this further design, is the Board of County Commissioners ready for that? And so with that, I have a lot of slides about, overviews and where we've been. I think everybody knows where we've been, and everyone knows the background. I don't know if you want me to go through exactly what we've done, but it's in your packet, and it's been since 2011 that we've been really looking at this area. The reality is always the hardest gaps are the ones you leave for the end. The most expensive gaps are the one that get kind of pushed to a point, but we're at a point where we did a public engagement in 2023 with some significant support for both bridges, and then we kind of did a cost analysis to show you what the cost of other projects is, and to give you kind of a feedback on there's inflation in this world, and inflation's gotten worse over the last few years that have increased the prices. Hopefully inflation is now moderating, and we'll see that with the new cost analysis, because the next phase is not just to get engineering, but it's also to bring an actual construction either company or manager on board who has done projects similar to this or know construction costs to this. And so then, obviously we did a site visit out there with you guys and the city council. There was actually a cool shot, whoever took that, of the incoming storm that actually never came down, but that was pretty cool to see. And then the ABC, we have options. And so the ABC options, number one was part of the original feasibility. And we heard pretty strongly in the first phase that people would love to see if there was an option closer. And so we did look at number 2 and number 3. Number 2 is almost directly across, and number 3 kind of goes over Service Center Road and then goes along the North 40 area into the ABC. And so we did some initial feasibility and cost analysis of those. And so you have kind of, what the descriptions are. We did some renderings of those. We can bring any of those renderings up if you need to see them. But from there, we went out to survey folks and to try to get what people felt, mostly about the ABC section, but also to check in on other pieces of the puzzle to make sure, because one thing is we want to respect the 2023 survey and the public process, because a lot of people put their input in there, and they felt like, well, we told you what we felt, and so now there's some new information that we wanted to get that. And so what we've heard was a lot of the people, a pretty significant majority, wanted some type of bridge. The 3 options were surprisingly close, and with that close 3 options, I think, one of the things that we need to do is to really look at the feasibility of like a switchback. Like, we did a quick feasibility, but there are a lot of utilities under there. As everyone knows, those are heavily impacted areas with water, sewer, electric. There's a lot of stuff back there that's happened. All the stormwater comes through there. So there's a lot of stuff that comes through the ABC to that area. And so we need to make sure that either the service center road or the switchback alignment really could work. Because I think in the end, what we saw from the survey, it kind of leaned towards the switchback alignment. Plus, the switchback alignment is the shortest bridge, so it could be the least expensive. But I think if we're going to move forward with that, we need to bring you back much better cost estimates and much better feasibility. And so that would be the next phase of this. And so here's kind of the two pieces of the survey that showed that. We asked what you would use this for, and came out pretty like we saw, walking. I mean, the bicycle commuting, recreation, cycling were the two big ones. Access to areas, neighborhoods, or other designations was another. And so, we did give the option of not using it, and there were some people that would not use it and did not want it. One of the things we did see in that survey was, the environmental impacts of any of those things. And that is going to be a critical component of any feasibility analysis. We already did a lot of the environmental look at the Brush Creek Bridge and the initial ABC Bridge, because they're so high above the river. The environmental impacts are limited to closer to the sides of the hillside there, and those abutments, yes, would have some impact, but other than that, it wouldn't go down. The ABC might be different, so we need to analyze that, and that would be part of the next phase to analyze that. And we heard, that there's definitely people in the community, Healthy Rivers and Streams, that we will connect with on those phases of the environmental review to make sure that if any of that has an environmental impact, that it gets the review necessary. So you guys, if you're going to make your final decision on it to go forward with it, have all of those pieces of data information in there. So we get to this next page of really, do we move forward? Do we proceed or not? And so with that, I want to turn it back to Greg to decide, but the Open Space Board will be leaving relatively soon, so they just, if they wanted to give feedback before you guys can deliberate.
Yeah, I'd invite comments from the Open Space Board now, because I know you're all trying to get out of here. The ones of you who aren't trying to get out are welcome to stick around, but those who have to leave, if you want to, I know Howie's on a mission to get out of here in 10 minutes. Is there anything you want to say?
I would just ask as many of you to stay as possible so you can hear our opinions on it.
I unfortunately have to leave. Our meeting was only scheduled at 1. And
Right.
anyway,
Yeah, we get it.
Sorry about that.
I understand.
Well, I think you should pay.
Turn your mic on
Turn the mic on.
and bring it in closer.
I think what Gary's presented is a responsible recap of where we started from, what the public has expressed in the survey efforts put to date, accomplished to date, along with this strong statement from the city partnership. I'm on the City Open Space and Trails Board along with this, and we report to the City Council. So there's a strong sentiment of support for accomplishing on a long-term basis, and I emphasize the word long-term, this ultimate two-bridge solution. One to be determined at the ABC area. We've got several options there. And the second is to make the practicality of connectivity from Brush Creek over to the Rio Grande a reality. Parenthetically, that also helps the city, because city has Cozy Point property that is connected by an underpass from the Brush Creek intercept lot under underpass 82 that will then be connected more safely over to the Cozy Point property on crossing Brush Creek Road. So that's something to keep in mind. Open Space and Trails Board, just like the county, is saying we're trying to develop a climate action plan. And one of the key components of trying to accomplish a responsible climate action plan is to reduce carbon impacts, short term, but mostly over long term. This idea, this vision of the two-trailed, two-bridge option to provide access to a corridor, which is the Rio Grande platform, I think it is a remarkable opportunity for population centers to move up and down the valley without having to get into a car, gas-powered, or even electric car. So it's a non-carbon based way of moving of mobility. All we're wanting to do now is to do the research, and from a cost and analysis point of view, to get more information on the Brush Creek Bridge and to add to the completion of the connectivity. I know there's interest to hang a platform off of the Shale Bluffs platform of 82. I think it's an absurd long-term option because of the maintenance problems of that section of Highway 82. But if it's that important, let's include that in the analysis as well. There's one other component, in my opinion, when you're trying to build effective connectivity, and that's the user experience of the platform. Hanging a bikeway off of 82 bridge and Shale Bluffs along Highway 82 is not a pleasant user experience, and I think it'd be short-sighted on our part to even pursue that. But if there's interest in being able to report to the public that we've looked at it, I certainly encourage that analysis to be done. But it just makes sense to do this now because it's going to take a long-term, a huge amount of time. I won't be on the board by the time one of the bridges is built. And if we delay, particularly now with the inclusion of e-bikes, which is a much more effective mobility option, I think we're being irresponsible to the public that has expressed their preference when we've tried to listen to them as to their preferences. And the federal money, which just as we're using the federal money to bring the airport up to higher, better safety standards, we're using federal funds to do that, and it seems to be commissioner support to do that. I think we should avail ourselves of potential federal funds to accomplish this connectivity. Enough said.
Thanks, Howie. Thank you. Graham.
Yeah, thank you. I think of this less as an AABC trail or whatever, as completion of the All Valley Trail that goes down to Glenwood. And we have the Rio Grande Trail, but the top 5 miles of the Rio Grande Trail are just plain on the wrong side of the river. All the population is on the 82 side of the river. So to connect the valley, the populations, completion of these bridges would make a true all-valley trail, which I really don't think is there with the Rio Grande Trail. And it's not just a bike trail. I mean, hiking, running, skiing, commuting, which is something we really don't know where that's going. But that could be an important part of this. The surveys have showed that the public wants this trail, and it's a good low-carbon activity that, as Howie said, gives people a chance to recreate where they live, and in that way helps create community. We just saw in our packet that the Rio Grande Trail numbers are dramatically up, and trails do have a lot of use, and this would help with that. The cost is high, there's no question about that, but it's going to go higher in the future, and it's less than a lot of single-family homes in our county. We have a really good partner with the city of Aspen and maybe others. I think part of this phase is looking at other funding possibilities from other places, and so That's really important. But also, the citizens and the voters created the Open Space and Trails program to do open space and to do trails. And there's a certain amount, percentage of money that we have in our fund to build trails. And we think this is well within that trails portion of our budget to build. And this money can't be used to build a jail, can't be used for housing, things like that. It's got to be used for trails. This project has risen to the top of the list. So I with Howie, urge you to continue on to this next step and hopefully to get this done.
Thanks, Graham. Other comments from leaving members? Can you stick around?
I'm going to stick around for
You're
a
going
little
to stick around a
bit.
bit,
If
Kinsley?
Stick
Stick
around.
around. Okay,
Stick
Wayne?
around for a little bit
A little
too, but I'll be glad to make some comments
Sure,
now.
please.
Kind of building on what Graham said, the open space charter requires us to spend, I think it's 10 to 40% of our fund on trails. And part of the reason that this project was something I supported is because I think it's an appropriate place to spend that trails part of our money. It really provides the connection between all these different existing trails to join them together. That was important to me, and I do think that when the fund is reauthorized, hopefully in 2040, we may look at that and say maybe we have spent enough on trails and we reduce that. But that'll be for somebody else to decide as well. But that's kind of where I'm at on it. I think with the community support, I would also urge the commissioners to move forward with the final planning. And it's not a decision to build these bridges yet. It's just to get all the information we can to make an informed decision.
Thanks, Wayne. Okay, I don't know, you guys can just take off when you need to, but I'm gonna keep it going here. I can get other comment from open space board members, or we can go to questions from our board members, or I have things I wanna say, but
Yeah,
go ahead.
I'd also like to echo my support of this additional funding so that we can get the data and the information to make an informed decision on this project. I live at the ABC, and I think there's been a gap in the trails for quite some time, and it's been noted, I think Gary had said since 2011 even, that there's been kind of this push and this interest in trying to figure out how to connect the dots. And obviously as things move on, they grow different legs kind of things, but we have 70% of the folks that are really interested in moving this project forward. And I think we need to listen to the public that's been asking for that. I think that it is a fantastic connection to connect communities together via these bridges, and it's not a singular notion of it's just bikers, it's just hikers, it's just commuters. It connects a lot of different aspects of trails. And that's one piece that I think is really exciting, is that it's not a singular piece that is driving this. It's a lot of different people for a lot of different reasons that are supporting this connection that push really has come to shove. There's a lot of people living at the ABC currently. There's going to be a lot more, and allowing those folks to connect to other ways to get up and down the valley and to other communities is really important. And I think we owe it to our citizens to continue this effort to verify where and which and if we continue this project.
Great, thank you. Thanks. Okay, anybody want to add anything?
I'll add something about Healthy Rivers and Streams. They sent us a letter asking to be involved in this process, another taxpayer-supported entity we have in Pickens County with our sales tax. I think we need to bring them in for their just involvement in the process to ensure that we're not doing anything to damage the scenic or the quality and whatever of that Roaring Fork Gorge, which, you know, I think is one of the most beautiful parts of the wild and scenic Roaring Fork River, so to speak. So I want to make sure that they have a seat at the table for their impact, for their input, and to help us look at other impacts that we may not have included so far.
Great, thanks, Patty. Steve, do you?
Yeah, the part, the trail from AABC to the Rio Grande, I'm 110% in favor of doing that for kind of the same reasons Graham was telling about, connecting all the people coming up the Rio Grande from whatever area. If they want to get over to the ABC, or they want to go to Buttermilk or get into town that way, right now there's no way they can do that. That would provide us, you know, a better way into Aspen if you're coming up the Rio Grande Trail, commuting or recreating. It also, if you look at the AABC residential part, is kind of on an island like Lazy Glen was. It's more like a peninsula because you can go up the trail along the side of Highway 82. But by doing the bridge in the AABC area, it gives you, it gets rid of that island effect. It gives you an immediate access, easy, without, I mean, you can do it now, but you have to go way down, cross over the Stein, what is that, the Stein Bridge, then kind of go up the rough trail to get up there. You can do it, but it's not conducive to people wanting to do that. So I really, if we only build one bridge, I would build that one for sure. And I think the option one that was farther down valley should just be eliminated. The two that are right at AABC, I think both of them would really work better for the residents of the AABC, and also get the down valley people going right in there where they might have business at the AABC. It also gives access for people at Burlingame to go down to, you know, go over the bridge from Burlingame.
Right.
Is another thing that hasn't really been talked about. But in terms of the other bridge, in percentages, I may be 25% there. I really am not very fond of that. I'm thinking of people riding up on raft or driving to the Brush Creek Park and ride, and bringing their bikes because they want to get into Aspen and then ride their bikes around Aspen or something. They don't need to take a bike into Aspen. They could use WeCycle when they get into Aspen. They don't necessarily have to take their own personal bicycle that last few miles into Aspen. If they're going to go ride up Independence Pass or up Maroon Creek Road or something, that would be a different matter. But so I'm not totally sold on the need or the priority to do the Brush Creek Park and ride to the Rio Grande Trail bridge option. People do have another way to get there. It's a little more tortuous going down and up, but it is possible. So I guess you have the funding of these tied together to study both those locations at this point, but I would try to fast track the AABC location, get that project going, because I think that would have immediate and it would help so many people who live in different locations the most.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Steve. Michael?
Kelly has her hand up too.
Oh, she does. Great. I'll get to you next, Kelly.
When OST first started talking about this, I said, and I continue to suggest, that this proposal has limited value without a commuter function to it. Howie has said that it's going to mitigate carbon. If I thought it was going to mitigate carbon in any significant way, I'd be gung-ho for this thing. I don't see it. I can be educated on that. I'd love to be persuaded that there is going to be something more than a token commuter component to it. Will this cause a significant number of people to not use their cars, and will this accordingly reduce the carbon footprint? I don't see it. I mean, and again, I would love to be educated about that. There's a tremendous amount of momentum behind this, public support for it. It would be a remarkable asset, and it's bloody expensive. On balance, and again, you know, one can say, well, this stage, well, we're just approving, just taking another step. And that's part of the sort of institutional momentum that is both valuable and dangerous. On balance, I'd rather bank the money and spend it on wildlife crossings.
Thanks, Michael.
Guess Kelly is.
Kelly, I knew it was somebody out there had their hand up. It's you.
I'd like to go after her.
Thank you. Sorry I'm not with y'all today. I'm not feeling great. I guess I would first say, yeah, I think it would be great if we could bring Healthy Rivers in. I also think it would be great if there was an opportunity for the boards to like coalesce around some principles for the feasibility analysis or project. You know, I think that there's some things that we could sort of just commit to related to, you know, we only really want to look at things that are in areas that are already disturbed. You know, we had the benefit of seeing on the site visit that, you know, the two of the bridge crossings are very close to areas which have like a electricity current transformer and a sanitation plant. You know, it would be great to just sort of coalesce around, like, we don't really want to look at areas of scenic value. We'd rather prefer to look at areas of disturbance. I would love to understand sort of at what point a thorough EIS comes into play, because I think it could answer some of the questions that Michael brought up relative to transit benefit, carbon reduction, and a broader look, not just of the immediate area, but like how is the population in the valley going to use this resource? So I just wonder if that is something that, if we move further down the process, that it could get raised. I think that we could establish some principles relative to, you know, funding proportions. Like, you know, we only have an appetite for maybe wanting to put 25% of a budget in, and our expectation is that the other 75% will get raised outside of the open space budget. So I don't, you know, those are some of the things I would throw out there, and I'll just share a recent story. So, you know, some of you may know Woody Creek had a little community fair a few weeks ago, and I decided that we wanted to go check it out, and they encouraged people to ride bikes. So, so we rode our bikes, and you know, my 5-year-old and 7-year-old, we walked our bikes down the Burlingame Gorge Trail, which is a series of, I don't know, 6 or 7 switchbacks. My daughter, it was very unpleasant for her. She kind of whined the whole time. My 5-year-old was happy to sort of ride his bike as much as he could and stop and get off when he got, you know, it got too rocky or steep or something like that. And you know, we were happy to push our bikes up the portion, you know, up over the Stein Bridge and up the hill to get to the Rio Grande. And we had a nice ride into Woody Creek. You know, there's some steep downhills to get off the Rio Grande into Woody Creek. We had a really nice afternoon, and then pushed our bikes sort of up the steep areas and started the, I don't know, 7-mile ride back home, knowing we were gonna have to push our bikes up the switchback again up to Burlingame. and we got caught in a hailstorm. So then we're there, and you know, the temperature plummets 30 degrees, and I'm hiding with my kids under a bush by the solar farm, and I have this huge sun hat that I'm trying to sort of protect us from the hail, and figuring out, oh my God, what
Epic
is my plan
adventure.
B here? Because these kids are going to be freezing cold on the remaining 45 minutes to an hour ride home. And, you know, had there been a crossing, we would have just gone over to the Brush Creek Park and Ride, left our bikes, gotten on the bus, and gotten home. Thankfully, Lo Semple, who lives close in W/J, happened to be home and happened to answer the phone. And so we were able to kind of take refuge at his house and get a ride home in the hailstorm. But just an illustration of like what the, you know, what that looked like for trying to connect our neighborhood to Woody Creek, and how that went, you know, as a family with young kids. That, you know, we'd probably still do it again. My kids are pretty hardy, but you know, there is opportunities for use there, and that's just one anecdote. So I would like to understand, so maybe Gary can answer some of the questions I raised, but you know, I would like for us to continue thinking of this as a real future-bound project, and moving it forward to continue to collect info. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly.
I can answer.
Sure, go ahead.
A couple of Kelly's things is the environmental analysis is done for the Brush
Is your
Creek.
mic on?
No, I didn't. So the environmental analysis we did for the Brush Creek bridge, we did that in the original thing. We used ERO to do the analysis of that. And so that one is done. We did a cost-benefit analysis in the second phase last year, which kind of gave you feelings of how much use you would have, how many people would use it. And so we can, like, that has been done, but that was not on the ABC all the way up. So we'd have to include that for a new option for the ABC bridge. And so those would definitely be part of it. You know, healthy rivers and streams, we're happy to include in the overall discussion of any, you know, future analysis for environmental and everything like that, because we will have to do an environmental analysis of an ABC bridge, because the one that we did was on the down valley one. These other two might have different impacts, so we'll have to look at those, and so that'll be done in this next phase.
You have the EIS or for the
It's
option
not,
one?
we won't do, the
We're gonna-
EIS is a federal term
Right,
for
okay.
NEPA. This is not a NEPA project, it's not,
Right.
we're not doing it. You have to do a certain level of environmental analysis to apply for federal grants. And so those are something that we will conduct, and it will be there. But there's also, you know, there's not necessarily like, okay, this won't impact, but it's like, you know, you gotta get a feel of, you know, that there's also social pieces of how much bridge you want to see and how much bridge impact do you want to see. And so that's part of the next thing for the Brush Creek. The bridge abutments are way high, and they are totally, one area is near where the big power line came across where we stopped, and I had to talk fast because the wind started blowing, and I felt weird with Ward putting his hand on the big power pole and the thunderstorm coming in, so we were moving fast. But that, we picked two areas from the Brush Creek Park and Ride to that big power pole as areas of disturbance. So, but we got to do that for the ABC, and the ABC needs a little more review of that. So I think that answered Kelly's questions. So, sorry.
Great, thanks. Francie?
Okay, I really appreciate the work that you've put into this, Gary and Jesse and everybody from Open Space and Trails, and I know it's been a lot of work. I read every single comment in the packet, every one. And you have a majority of 69% or whatever who say they want a bridge. There are a lot of comments in there for people whose lives will be negatively impacted. North 40 residents, people in the AABC who felt that there's already so much activity there. Really, you're going to bring more bikes and more stuff through the AABC. And so I would say that Howie talked about the user experience, so maybe 2 minutes at the Shale Bluffs on a sideways bridge, a bridge coming off the side of that, assuming it could ever be made possible, compared to the people who live at the North 40 or whatever, who are gonna be impacted all the time by this. I think that 2 minutes for some of the bikers would be fairly minimal unpleasant user experience. I would say that Kelly said a 5-year-old can ride down and cross the Stein Park Bridge, and that bridge is already there. So if a 5-year-old could do it, I think, the bulked up, amazing bike riders we have in this county can probably handle that as well. It's going to be, I have been opposed to this from the beginning. I haven't approved any of the propositions. I really believe that the environmental damage of putting in these bridges and the abutments, the materials used for that, and the disruption to the banks, what will cause the banks to run down into the river. I can't imagine they can mitigate rockfall and dirtfall and stuff going down into the river on those steep walls. I don't see any any diminution in commuter traffic that could offset those severe environmental impacts of building 2 bridges and their abutments and the embedded carbon of the materials needed to do that. There were a lot of people who said, why in the world would we spend money on this? We already have a bridge that crosses, and to address just trying to get everything in less than 8 minutes here. Less than 8 minutes.
Keep going, take a breath.
For people coming from down valley, it's very hard for me to imagine. One of the written responses mentioned this, that hard for them to imagine people are really going to drive to Brush Creek Park and Ride, park, get out their bike, and ride to the ABC. What for? And so I think most of the people who come up are not going to the ABC. They're going to Aspen, and they can just stay on the Rio Grande and ride right to Aspen. We have a Rio Grande Trail. It goes all the way to Aspen from down valley. So why we have to have 2 bridges to accommodate the ABC, I just don't see it. Other people who wrote in responded to the increase in traffic on that beautiful unpaved stretch of the Rio Grande Trail near I think they called it something falls.
Slaughterhouse.
Yeah.
No, the other falls down by
Stein
Boobies.
Falls.
Oh,
No, yeah, I think it was Slaughterhouse Falls. So that stretch where it's,
Right.
where we walked and where it's not paved and stuff. Several people commented on the increase in traffic there for people who've been using that trail and really appreciate the tranquility of it. And I think asking people to absorb more traffic on that because of a bridge at Brush Creek, I must be missing something here, because I just really don't see the purpose of this first of all, in terms of the environment. I think it's anti-environmental. And secondly, in terms of reducing commuters, I don't buy that, as Michael said. And I'm missing something, because I just really don't want to support this. I think it's unwise. Let's see if I have any more notes that I want to pass on.
Greg, I have a comment.
Oh, yes, of course. So when I've spoken to you in the past, Gary, about having a bridge attached to the highway at Shale Bluffs, like the one at CRMS, which is so lightweight, and it's hard for me to believe that engineers can't imagine putting that light bridge on that highway, but I don't think they've really looked at that kind of structure. However, you did tell me that they are expecting to have to replace the highway at Shale Bluffs in 20 years. Well, some of us know how fast 20 years goes. So if they're going to replace the highway in 20 years, then they can replace it with a beautiful bike path, and we just wait. Because by the time we go through all the steps to get these bridges built, we'll probably be only 10 years out for a new thing at Shale Bluffs. So, okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Thanks
The
for that.
perfect segue.
Patty has a comment. I see Kelly has her hand up. I have comments also.
talked to a neighbor of mine who's a big biker, she and her husband, and she said, well, here's a solution. to the issue of using shale bluffs because of the shoulder and the shale and the rock fall and the sweeping. We spend the money buying a sweeper, and we sweep shale bluffs on a regular basis, and in the summer we put ballards up to separate the shoulder lane from the highway lane. You wouldn't have to do it in the winter. People just couldn't ride it in the winter. And that would solve the problem of people trying to get to the AABC from the intercept or the park and ride. I thought that was a brilliant idea of my friend down the street to come up with a solution that would actually save us money in the long run and would keep the highway clean and safe for the bike users who wanted to ride from there to point A to point B. So I think that being said, it makes a great deal of sense. And I'm pretty much where Francie is, as much as I would like to support an easier connection for bike riders. There is connections there already. It's steep. It's not as steep as it used to be, but it is still relatively steep. We saw that when we did the site visit, which, thank you very much, was a great site visit. But again, we live in the Rocky Mountains, keyword mountains, and we have steep hills and steep. That's why people like to come here to ride their bikes. And for commuters to jump on an e-bike at the intercept lot and then ride across a bridge, I'm concerned about safety on the Rio Grande with people. I got 30 free minutes on WeCycle. I better race to get into Aspen. We're going to have increased use, increased speeds. We're going to end up paving that for an additional 7 plus or minus million. Then we're going to have enforcement on that that's going to increase with more users, and we're going to have maintenance. So there's a lot of additional, and I'm hoping that that gets evaluated if this moves forward to the next expenditure, I think, of 500,000.
It's 250.
250.
The city is going to put.
Cost
But I mean, but 500 total. It's a lot of money, you guys, and it's, to me, it's a lot of money. But I think we need to think about a simpler solution, such as sweeping the shoulders and putting in ballards and using those shoulders along the highway.
Can I answer
Thanks,
that one?
Pat.
Yeah, and you know who I'm talking about. Yes, sir.
We did look at that, and the problem with Highway 82 in that section is you can't just put up bollards. You have to put up, it's 55 miles an hour plus, and you have to put up,
Jerseys.
you have to put up massive jersey barriers to protect, and so then you
Okay,
lose the ability to have any bit of a trail. You get maybe with that type of connection, then it's a jersey barrier that is there all year long, and CDOT will not.
Well, I think we can talk to CDOT because I think
did.
you could put in the orange water-filled ones that are also jersey barriers, but they're removable.
We have a whole analysis. We're happy to keep sharing.
Well, I think we should still, we're supposed to be working with our partners, and CDOT should be a partner, so.
I'd love to learn more. I realize I don't know enough, but I have similar sentiments to Patty, but I want to learn more before I'm definitive on anything, so
We can bring back that analysis
yeah,
of what it
This
would.
is the bravest biker in the county because he rides shale bluffs.
Smelling the dead animals along the way.
Kelly, did you want to weigh in on this conversation? Because I haven't said anything yet. Do you-
Yeah, I would like to just say that, respectfully, I think Francie may have misconstrued my comments about a 5-year-old riding down from Burlingame, and reiterate my invitation if Francie or anyone would like to come and walk that stretch with me, because, it was a challenge, and it's unlikely we would do that again, and it's completely not possible to do as a regular course of commute or movement at all. So this was a leisurely Saturday afternoon to have a bike ride to do something recreational. So it's not I don't think it's fair to say that if a 5-year-old can do it, anyone on a bike can do it. He's on a very light 10-pound bike, not on an e-bike that folks might want to bring down from the WeCycle stations in Burlingame to the Rio Grande, or otherwise. But I would welcome anyone who would like to walk those sections with me, because it is quite lovely when you can do it as a stroll. And I do really think we are missing this piece, and we had the benefit of someone during public comment who had submitted to us their calculation of, even 3 months of use out of the year, and how many reduced car trips that would add and how much carbon that would reduce just in summer month use. I don't think we have really done that analysis, and perhaps all of this would benefit from that addition here, so we can sort of close the gaps on these questions. I don't think we have to assume that, We Cycle is only 30 minutes from Brush Creek to Aspen if we wanted to work with them for an extension of time in order to reduce that pressure. Those are all kind of policy level decisions that can be discussed with future implementation. And I would additionally welcome conversation about perhaps a bridge replacement component with more multimodal use along 82 in the future. I think we're going to continue to have all of these conversations. We are not going to stop having the conversation about how we shift modes of transportation in the valley. I think this is one of what will be many options in the coming decades on how to move people. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. I just wanted to say, I don't use that Burlingame to the trail down to the river, but my wife has used it, and she says it's a tough trail as an adult, trying to push a bike, and, you couldn't push an e-bike up it if you needed to push a heavy bike up there. That's a hard trail. The connectivity to the river is a great thing for Burlingame, and it's great to have a trail there. I don't know if that's even possible to improve that trail, but that's something, has that been looked at? Is one of my questions. If I could, I'm going to throw out what I've been thinking, what I've been hearing. I had dinner last night with a doctor in town who's a commuter, commutes from Snowmass Village. And he said, when I'm commuting, I'm trying to get there as quickly as I can. I'm not dawdling, I'm not sightseeing, I'm trying to get to work on my bicycle. And he bicycle commutes to town. He usually goes through Owl Creek, and he said he avoids any of the windy trail sections on Owl Creek and gets on the road because he's trying to get somewhere. That's how I feel when I commute from Brush Creek Village. When I'm trying to get into town, I can do it quickly, but I don't really want to go the long way. And the long way would include the bridges as far as I'm concerned. I'm not sure they're going to save me a lot of time, that is. And so I think if we really are serious about commuters, and I'm not sure we are, it's great to mention them, but I honestly wonder how many people would commute from the Intercept lot, unless there's a town there. If there was a village at Intercept lot, then it might make more sense, and maybe that's
Your
part of
neighbors are gonna
the
love
grand
you.
scheme, right? But the issue with commuters is, if you're going to really be serious about commuters, they want to ride. I ride as fast as I can. I'm trying to get to work. I can get from my house to this desk in 23 minutes. And I know I can do that, so anything slower than that feels like I'm going too slow.
Really scary.
And so my concern about commuters is, well, if we're serious about them, one, the Rio Grande Trail would need to be paved. I'd say we spend the $7 million first and pave that section and widen it so we can actually accommodate commuters. And I brought this up at Raft as well. We need to accommodate walkers, strollers, baby carriage pushers, bikers, little kids, 5-year-olds on their little bikes, and commuters if we're going to be serious about it. Because commuters do need practically their own lane, or at least enough room. And then hopefully they'll practice the correct etiquette on passing and slowing down when necessary. So I think that's important, but if, you can't throw commuters in there unless you're serious about helping people get where they're trying to go quickly and easily. Commuting in winter is a non-starter. You're not going to get anybody riding their bike unless it's a really, really nice, warm winter day. I don't see it. So it is a 6-month out of the year bridge. The thing, I've got a couple other things. I don't want to keep throwing darts because I want to learn more importantly. And so I'm going to go down my list here. I said paving Rio Grande Trail to me just makes sense. People love that soft surface, but maybe we can have both. Maybe we can widen it enough to have both. E-bikes have emerged in a big way since these studies have been done, as near as I can tell. I don't know when the first study was done in 2011, but since 2011, e-bikes are ubiquitous. And that's what's making WeCycle even consider this, because they wouldn't if it wasn't for an e-bike inventory. To get from Snowmass to Brush Creek and then Brush Creek to town or ABC is a complete e-bike necessity. But the other things e-bikes do is they flatten out hills. I won't ride Rio Grande Trail because I can ride McLean Flats, because that hill up to McLean Flats means nothing to me on my e-bike either way. So why do we need to put a flat section across something if an e-bike flattens out the roads? And if we have a ubiquity of e-bikes, it's possible we can build the bridges lower to the river and have a hill that's easier to ride up, for instance. And maybe we don't need to bring the bridges up to grade level with McLean Flats or ABC. And so I think a study of how an e-bike commuter might look at this, or an e-bike rider, on the other end of it, I can ride my e-bike down to Aspen, Mass, and then down across the bridge by Jaffe Park, the Woody Creek, Smith Hill Bridge, and up the other side. It takes me an extra 10 minutes. When I'm commuting, I don't like to have to do that, but I can do that on my e-bike, and it still isn't a problem. So on my road bike, I wouldn't do it. On my e-bike, it's a transparent, invisible effort because the e-bike flattens out hills. I don't know if we've considered that. My question about the surveys, and I've become such a skeptic of surveys. I'm sorry, but every time the city does a survey, to me it seems like it's a push-pull. They're trying to arrive at the foregone conclusion. And I worry about this one because, one, the sample size is pretty small. You have 60% of 240 people, or I don't know what the first survey was, but it seems like a pretty small sample size. And the questions are, do you like bridge 1, 2, 3, or none? I don't remember the survey, so forgive me if I'm leaving things out. But I'm concerned that we conduct surveys and we do studies to try to reach the conclusion that we have a bias toward. And I apologize because I know how much work you put into this, and that's probably not fair, but I honestly don't have the information to know if it's true or not. The surveys just never seem to be, if you were a commuter trying to get to town, what would be the best way to get to town, or the best way to get to the business center? That probably wasn't asked as a question. I think the question was about bridges, bridge 1, 2, or 3. So what questions weren't asked when we did this? I do like Michael's comment. I think animals and human casualty on the highway might be more critically important than this right now, until we understand how many commuters would actually use these. I do want the data to make an informed decision. I'm not ready to say hell no. I'm certainly not ready to say yes. I think as much as it sounds really expensive, I would support spending the money to learn these and get the answers to these questions. And one of them is, how much actual public support in the community do we really have here? And perhaps, I hate to say it, but it might be time to do another survey, or to get a poll, a telephone poll. I think 400 is the minimum sample size you need to get a really good idea on what our local voters think.
We did get that last time. We got over 500.
Did you? Okay, so you already had, great. See, that's what I didn't catch that. I understand the Burlingame Trail is difficult. It'd be great to make that simpler and easier. But once again, if we're using e-bikes and we see more ubiquity of e-bikes, I think anybody who's commuting or riding long distances is going to choose that one. We don't have to put it on grade. So a nice, easily well-designed switchback might make for a smaller bridge and make for this connectivity we're seeking without compromising too much, because I think everyone's going to be electric. And that's all I've got for you. Sorry to dump that on you, but
That's all?
that all? No, there's probably more, but anyway, I wanted to get that out. I guess I'm concerned about the cost, and it's great the city wants to kick in money so generously. I want to make sure their money and ours is well spent. Steve?
So in response, a couple things when you were talking popped into my head. One is the lower bridge at the Park and Ride, which I suggested that years ago. And I remember Gary saying because of ADA rules, going partway down the hill from the Park and Ride and then having a lower bridge over the river was not possible given federal guidelines, ADA guidelines.
Because of the slope.
But I still would favor that.
Yeah.
If we could build a lower bridge, visually, it would be way, way better. It would be, I think, a lot less expensive because the bridge would be much shorter. I think aesthetically, it would be a much nicer thing. So just toss that out again, but we still have the ADA consideration.
Well, it just depends. You guys can choose not to do an ADA grade trail. I mean, you will lose federal funding immediately because you can't go for grants and not include it. You got to have an inclusivity piece for that. But that's a choice for the Board of County Commissioners to make. It's just that when we were doing this originally, you know, ADA was a big component because cost was a big component. And to get these big infrastructure grants that would significantly pay for these things, you need to keep it ADA. You need to keep it ADA grades. In the end, you guys can choose whatever you want. If you want to self-fund this, you can choose. You don't have to. We could do switchbacks down. It's just that you can't. To keep ADA grades, you see at the ABC what the switchback looks like to do an ADA grade to that bridge. But if we choose not to, it will reduce the cost. It will reduce that, but you are knocking out a portion of the community, and you just got to recognize that we're not going to potentially receive some of those big infrastructure grants. But those are all choices that can be made.
I want to tag on that.
Yeah, so those are I didn't say you can't do it. It's just a choice to be made
Lose the
to
funding,
do
lose
that.
the federal
To do
Can I
that. That's
just
all.
tag really quick? But is there anything that's evolving, I don't know, with ADA compliancy, with the upswing of electric access? Because I think the ADA is pretty old, all of their rules and regs, and it's not really addressing today's mobility issues, where, I mean, how many people who are truly disabled would walk or use that trail anyway? But now with the ability to do so, when we're allowing electric wheelchairs, we're allowing electric bicycles, electric whatever, I wonder if that is something that can be thought about in looking at the process.
But they just updated their ADA regulations pretty recently, and that's why we did the new OPDMD
Right,
rules.
right.
So, you know, the thing is, they're always becoming more restrictive because switchbacks are really difficult, even on an e-bike for people with disabilities. Because you just have to make a decision
I
if
bet
you
there's
want
some
to
wiggle room there.
be there or not to. I mean, that's because the federal
to know.
regulations aren't changing again anytime in the next year. But so it's a choice that you get to make. You guys get to make that choice. And so right now we're on the ADA route, but we don't have to be.
Let me get back to Steve.
Steve has
So,
one more, I think.
In terms
Thanks,
of the
Greg.
trail from Burlingame to wherever, I envision people using the trail that goes to the ABC from Burlingame. But you could go either way around the Deer Hill there to get to the ABC. Then they'd go across the new bridge. So,
Right.
so that trail, and I actually never have been on the walking trail from
It's very
Burlingame.
narrow and very rocky.
And that's what I was thinking,
Very steep.
that might not be feasible, but maybe going around the
And it's
highway
open
side from Burlingame
It's open
to
space.
get to ABC and then across the new bridges would be the quickest
To
and
go where?
easiest
To go
way
down Valley?
just to get over to the Rio Grande Trail from Burlingame.
Okay.
That's what we're talking about.
Well, I
Now,
know,
there's
but,
the
I
other
mean-
one Kelly was talking about that,
Yeah, no, I understand that. I
Zigzags
was just
down.
wondering where the destination would be for somebody who's going from Burlingame to the ABC to the Rio Grande
they
Trail.
just want to go over to the Rio Grande
Okay, for
Trail
recreation.
to
You could go
walk,
either way.
to walk,
Right, right, I understand.
walk,
Recreation.
walk their dog,
Thank you for
ski
saying
jor, whatever they're gonna
Okay,
do.
I see what you mean.
Do whatever
Yeah.
you want.
Okay, Francie.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one more comment about including commuters in this. Well, two actually. One was the comments by the public, several people in the public who said, why are we trying to solve traffic problems with OST? It wasn't set up to talk about traffic impacts. I thought those were interesting comments, just bringing
We're
them up.
not trying to solve that.
But the other thing is, I think it's a little bit disingenuous to talk about reducing emissions from cars between the Intercept lot and Aspen when these people are coming from Grand Junction, I mean, from some from Grand Junction, Glenwood Springs and Carbondale and Basalt, and driving to the Intercept lot, where then the distance into town is nothing compared to what they've already driven, and they could get on a bus in Carbondale and reduce their emissions by a significant amount and not bring a car to the Brush Creek or to Aspen. So I just think it's a little bit disingenuous to talk about commuter issues. For those of us who live down Valley, one of our worst places, as you know, right now is at the ranch at Roaring Fork. Imagine that. Like, we have traffic at the ranch at Roaring Fork. So this does nothing for that. Or Elgibel, or Basalt, or the Snowmass Canyon. I mean, so it's not really a commuting issue.
And I just, can I,
Go
because
ahead, sure.
disingenuous
We'll give you a
is
chance for a
strong one.
rebuttal.
Because all we're trying to provide is options. And a huge portion of Pickens County's population lives in the upper valley between Snowmass and Aspen. And so all we have said, it's providing that option so you can connect to those communities. And so we are not trying to be disingenuous that this is going to reduce climate.
I know
and this
you're
is
not
the-
trying to be disingenuous.
Okay, I just
wait a
wanted to make
minute.
sure that all we're trying to do is to provide, what we were charged to look at was how do you make connections to communities that are easy for both recreation, which is what we do as open space, but also commuting, which the Brush Creek Trail and the Owl Creek Trail and the Rio Grande Trail also provide. So those are the two pieces of the puzzle that we're really trying to show. And this is all the connections that could potentially be there. And so in the end, that's what we've put out to the public, and that's what we've gotten feedback on.
Didn't mean to imply that
Thank
you're
you.
doing
No,
anything
I just
nefarious.
heard
I know
disingenuous
you're
and I was
not.
like,
Greg, really quick, because I'm just going to segue, just a little tag on. We just got told by a different department within the county that the growing population centers in Pickens County are Mid-Valley, not Upper Valley. So I got one department telling me, no, the growth's
I didn't
here.
say growth thing, I said,
growing.
I
said
said,
We're saying population numbers are growing.
I said, where is the
No, the other
largest?
department said
Oh.
that the reason we need more space Mid-Valley for county offices is because that's where the population is now. So you guys better get together and figure out where that
I
population
was
is.
just telling you where your county residents live,
I am telling you where they're telling me the county residents are.
county employees.
No, they're county residents, they're telling me, not
Okay,
employees.
with that, thank you for that. Okay,
Get in touch with that other
Amy,
county department.
Amy,
I guess I just want to kind of circle back. I appreciate the conversation because it is a difficult conversation and one that, we've all, I think, struggled with just to try and figure out how, where, if, why. And I think that I know and I understand that this next outlay of cash of $250,000 is a big one to study this more. But I do feel that there is a lot of momentum. There's been a lot of discussion. And whether it's 500 surveys or 250 surveys or my whole community or whatnot, that there is momentum for this and there is interest in it. I know it's fraught with different concerns, which I think are very valid and I think we all need to look at. But I do think that spending the next $250,000, I mean, I think just even the city of Aspen saying that they're willing to spend $250,000 and collaborate with us is hopefully just a resounding saying that it's not just those survey respondents. It's not just a small portion of the community that's interested. This is the city of Aspen putting in the same amount of money that the county would put in to further this project. So I want to maybe add that kind of perspective to it that I feel is salient. I also was concerned about this when we first brought it up and thought, hang the bridge. That's the quickest, easiest thing. There were other concerns with that along the way that didn't totally preclude it, but definitely dropped it off the radar screen. And maybe that's coming back to look at that again to say, well, maybe that is a better option. And I think that's part of this additional funding, is to say, let's look at and really evaluate the cost of the 2 or 3 different options, that we really want to look at and evaluate and make the right choice. So I think it's really important to continue this forward. I want to comment on some of the comments that you read, because I read those comments also. I am part of the North 40. I know some of those comments that people have made. And from my perspective and my discussions with my neighbors, some of the negative comments are that they are NIMBYs and they don't want the trail number 3 in their backyard. So I think some of those negative comments are from the folks who will be directly impacted with a trail in their backyard. But from my discussions with my neighbors, the vast majority of them do want a connection, an at-grade connection to get to the Rio Grande Trail. I understand that there's the other connections there. They've been there for years. This momentum is above and beyond that. People know those connections. If you live in that area, you know those connections, and either you can use them or you don't use them and cannot. But this momentum is here despite those other pieces being in play, available to you. So I guess I'd also just like to say that people are still very interested in having these connections at grade. Commuting is only a portion of it, absolutely. That's not the whole rationale for this. The commuting portion is a big piece of the funding. So I think we also have to be cognizant of that and be thoughtful about, I don't want to spend $25 million of just the county money without understanding that there's all these other funding pieces that can come into play for that, because we're thinking of it at one of those pieces as a mechanism to help us. I don't think any of us want to just straight up spend the $25 million out of our own pockets and not look at that collaboration. I think that's part of everybody's duty. It's your duty as county commissioners to always look for those other funding opportunities, in any given scenario. And so I think that's part of why the focus has put commuting on the top of a list of many other pieces of why these bridges and these connections are important. And on the We Cycle piece, I'm an avid cycler. I cycle that piece all the time. We Cycle just came into my community this season. I use it all the time.
It's amazing.
I never thought I would. I own 7 bikes in my garage. That's just me, let alone the rest of my family. But I use We Cycle a lot. And it really is this fantastic tool to get you from A to B and allow you to take another connection either back or somewhere else. I'll take the bus into town, I'll We Cycle back home, or vice versa, or something else. So again, it's just another piece of the puzzle that helps get you different places.
Thank you
Thank you.
for your response to
Hey,
my
Greg.
comments. If I
Greg,
could say
just
one
letting you know.
response back.
I'm sorry, looking at the
I
clock.
know, we're
Yeah.
done, but I just want to say one
Sorry,
response back. And I've been saying this since I came on the board and since you and I first looked across the table at each other.
Yeah.
There are so many opportunities for trails and recreation here. So many. I'm pretty sure if you rode a different trail every day, it would take you a whole year to ride all the bike trails in the county. And so it's okay to leave one river gorge alone, as far as I'm concerned, with all the other trails that we have.
Thank you for that. We've got to wrap this up. So, where is that? You're not looking for direction from us today,
I
or
am looking
you
for
are.
direction for you. Because
Let's just get
The 250.
Okay, well, here's an email from somebody who just said, hey, they think the surveys are statistically invalid because they suffer from unmeasured amount of voluntary response bias. If you can remove those and start over with valid surveys, what would you get? And I'm not going to argue whether or not they're valid or not, but I think what we want to know is, we all, of course, want to do the right thing, and we want to spend the community's money wisely. Clearly, you're getting a lot of pushback from this board. I'd like to see it move forward. I can say that. We can take a informal poll here, right? This isn't a special meeting or anything.
Well, you already have it in the budget. So
It's already there.
what we've been looking for is a yes
Thumbs
or
up to
a
keep
no
studying.
to spend the extra
Okay.
money in the budget. We're not asking
Well,
for any
It
more.
has to
I'm gonna
come
poll
through
my
the-
board.
I'm not giving a thumbs up and thumbs down till I see the budget.
I'm not
Well,
supporting it.
The budget is there. You already approved it back in
Oh, I thought you
November.
were talking about 2025
No, no, no,
budget.
no, 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 no,
That's
no.
coming up, because we're already into the next
So
year's
it's already,
budget.
we've already
No,
approved
no,
that
no.
budget, so it's
No,
in the budget.
you guys already looked at that budget, and the budget was to continue these studies and to do the cost analysis, environmental analysis necessary, so you can make that next decision of going, okay, here's what the real cost is, here's what grants we can actually compete for, and then you can choose, nope. And then you can also, we could add a public component to it. We did statistical surveys since 2016. You've done the county surveys. We've added this question in 3 times, and all 3 times got significant county, and this is residents from all over the county. So you've
That's-
done that, and so these other 2 were not statistically valid, but the other ones were. So
Do
anyway,
you,
We can apply this for something else if we don't use it. It would stay in your budget.
it'll just stay in the budget.
Okay.
Well, if we've already approved it in the budget, why are you asking us to approve it in the budget?
You could come back one last time to give me the thumbs up
Well,
or thumbs down not to use it.
I want
So-
to make sure the city of Aspen has in writing $250,000.
Yes, they have it in writing. They
writing.
voted on it last meeting.
I hate to spend $500,000 to restudy this again, where I'm not sure if the restudying is going to change my mind on the impact to the gorge, the scenic, and the healthy rivers and streams involvement. But
I
That's
just
a
wanted to
lot of
say,
money to
our-
continue to
You've
spend.
heard a lot from us today.
Yeah.
Will it change the way you approach this study you're going to conduct with the money we're approving? I
So
mean,
what I heard-
can we expand it a bit to include some, like Howie said, well, maybe we need to revisit the highway thing.
Well-
Maybe we should look at other, will it include that?
So if you give me direction to do it, I will include the highway thing. Because we can look at the highway piece and get an answer from CDOT and see what the real cost is. Because to be honest, it's 2,000 feet. It's not
a long
like-
way, right.
It's a long way. So, but we can include that. Yes. So the number 1 is, yes, it would be included.
And that also includes
I wanna
possibly
look at
trying
the
to clean out
sweeping
the
too.
side and sweeping and clean,
Well,
creating
you wouldn't
that
need to
corridor.
sweep the side because you'd have a attached bridge.
no, I'm
If-
saying no.
well-
I think CDOT will say no to the attached bridge because of the engineering.
Well, they
of the
said
bridge.
no to you. I'll send you guys the
And if they
analysis.
said no to both, then I want to ask them the question again on both.
Right. So
Okay, I'm no.
I sent them that.
you.
So yes, it'll include
you
that.
include
It's
that.
gonna be the environmental analysis. We already did Brush Creek Bridge. It'll be the environmental analysis of the ABC
money.
Bridge. And we will include healthy rivers and streams in
Got it.
that
And
discussion.
then also, just regarding the emergence of e-biking and what we project, certainly WeCycle's going to be there. Those are going to be e-bikes out there.
I'm not sure they're so sold on the commuter aspect.
As for other people in the community, what do e-bikes do to flatten out hills and remove the need to create these huge grade bridges? That'd be
Well, you
another
can
topic
include-
of discussion.
What I saw was, as we finish this up, we provide a presentation and another piece of public engagement to say, hey, here's what the real costs are. And, to be honest, the e-bikes
I need a
do,
break.
but they don't change anything at the ABC. The ABC, we see very few to 0 e-bikes used from the ABC down and back up to the Rio. And so the other way has
Down to the
more.
existing.
Right,
Yeah,
on the
yeah, of
existing
course,
stuff.
yeah.
And we have improved those over time, and unless you want to send switchbacks way down and do much more environmental degradation, a bridge has much less environmental degradation than trying to create these massive switchbacks.
Copy
And
that,
so I saw that. And then, we already had the cost-benefit analysis in the last one that shows you how much potential recreation, potential commuting you would get. So that will come back in the next phase 2, and we can update it, but it was done last year in 2023.
That
so
one was
it
a
wasn't
recent
that long
one,
ago.
okay, yeah. And
So-
if the questions are asked, so we know, like, would you commute year-round, or
Right,
would you,
and
however?
we can provide the commuting times for all the options, including a connection, if that would work, and see, you can do a public engagement to
differences.
ask those questions. Would you actually use these to commute if these are the times,
Okay,
and everything else? So those
Okay,
are the thing that I'm looking at. I was,
that's what was talked about today.
right.
Thank you.
I'm just sorry, but we just have not, we need a break because we have a very,
We're
very
gonna have
strict
to take a break.
timeframe.
I'll
We
take
gotta
care of
take a
that.
break.
I just want to get you
Yeah.
guys done. I think you're finished. We've had this
Yeah,
conversation.
I know, that's why I'm like, we
Can-
keep going over and over
Can
and over.
we
the
end
same-
it, or do you want to ask another?
Well, I would give a thumbs up to doing this study. I think even to do one of the, either two new bridges at the ABC need to be studied, more thoroughly,
Thank
and that's
you.
part of the whole process. And
Kelly?
I'm in favor of one
Show
or
me a
the other
thumb.
of those.
Show me a
Thumbs up for me.
I want your thumb.
I'm a thumbs up, and I'll raise Francie her comment and say I would welcome rewilding trail miles in exchange for connecting thousands of residents to busy active trails.
Great.
Thank you for that. Okay, so I think we have 3 thumbs up.
That's all you need.
That's all we need. You're done.
Well, you're not,
Before
you're
we
not.
change
We're-
our mind.
We're so not done.
Get out of here.
Well, neither are we.
We're just beginning
Long
again.
day. We have to
Thank
be out
you.
of this room.
Amy, thanks
Thanks,
for sticking
guys.
it out.
I
Appreciate
really
it.
hope, Gary, that you'll
We're gonna take a
consider
5-minute break, and then
the
Andre.
construction of the highway thing.
Okay, it's the continuation of our work session, Tuesday, April. I was saying December last time. No, it's September 3rd. It is. And up next is Healthy Rivers and Streams renewal interview with Andre Willie. Come on down, Andre. He's already here. What do we have to say, Charlotte?
Thank you.
Yeah, well, Andre's he's done a renewal application. We had 3 board members who were up for renewal. Unfortunately, Christopher Wheatley has given his resignation, so that leaves 1 vacancy. But Andre's here for his interview today with the board. And then Andrea Shaffron is a new applicant, and she will follow Andre. And then we have 2 scheduled for September 24th, which is 1 renewal, Kristen Neff, and another new applicant. So I will let you all.
Oh, great. So this is
Ask
the
questions.
beginning of our interviews for the,
Yes.
and we'll have more toward the end of the month too. So it'll be a while before we sort it all out. But okay, thanks. Anything you want to say, Andre? I think I read your renewal. It was good to get a refresher. Any comments, questions from you? You want to start, and then we can.
Well, I have really enjoyed working with the Healthy Rivers team over the years. I've been doing this for quite some time now, since the inception of the program, something around 15 years ago. I'm not sure exactly what it is now. I know it's close to that. And I had to, each time it comes up for renewal, I certainly think, do I really want to be still doing this? Been doing it for a long time. Is there something else I want to go do? And I decided to go for it and keep up with the program. And I guess it's because I just think it's so important, and we do a lot of really good work, and it's stimulating work. I enjoy it. The programs and the projects that we work on. So I'm back if they want me, if y'all want me. It would also be great to get some new blood, and we have an opening, and so I think that is going to happen. We'll get a new person, and it's been great getting some of the newer members of the board that we've had over the last few years. Has been really awesome. But I think there's still a niche for an old timer.
Thank you, Patty.
Yeah, so we don't have term limits on this one, right? That's okay, good, because I want to make sure we're staying in code. I enjoy the fact that, or appreciate the fact that you're kind of our Mid-Valley, kind of right there at the hub kind of place. But I have a really important question to ask you.
Sure.
As far as my position on reappointing you. Didn't you take the picture of the beaver floating on the icebergs on the river?
I still get likes on YouTube and people commenting.
It was you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm reappointing you.
And I've had like 50,000
coolest
views.
picture.
It went viral.
I was so, I know, I mean, because I saw it and I'm like,
The ice
he
dam
must have
came
stood there
through.
for like weeks waiting for that beaver to get on that iceberg and float
Wonder
down.
how long
If
the
you haven't
swim
seen it,
home
the
was.
ice dam breaks in Upper Snowmass Canyon, and I'm filming it from the bridge, and there's a beaver on the front
Surfing
of the
the
wave, riding it, going down, and
I want to know how he got back home.
Right. How far did he have to commute back?
Yeah.
I don't
He
know.
rode an e-bike, it's
Right.
okay. Thank you for all your years of
Steve,
service.
did you have your hand
And
up?
I think there is a place for some history on a board.
Steve.
So, Andre, I remember years ago going with you on the Basalt High School, I think it was River Watch,
Yeah.
and you all were collecting water samples out of Lincoln Creek.
Yeah, that
And
was.
I don't remember what it was you were testing.
Well,
for,
we were
but
testing-
I wondered if that information you gathered then could be applied to these new studies on the water quality in Lincoln Creek that we're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we did that. Oh God, I don't know when that was. Sometime in the early '90s, and I was working on a master's program, kind of project up there, looking at the water quality, because Lincoln Creek back then, it was a known fact that it was highly contaminated. but the amount of data on it was very minimal. They had really low acidic pH values, and I had never seen any metals tests. So we went in there, and you came along and helped us, and we had a crew of 15 kids up there, and we collected water samples and aquatic invertebrates from there. And we found, I think, like one insect in the whole river above the reservoir, because at that time, and as it is now, it's completely dead. And those samples that we took then, and then we continued to take samples over the next couple of decades, periodically, in the summer, maybe once a year, did go into the Riverwatch database, and those samples are available, and they probably were looked at with this recent interest, this resurgence of interest in Lincoln Creek. So that kind of got the ball rolling back then. Yes, and so that whole use of the Riverwatch program, that was kind of why the Riverwatch program was started statewide, was to look at specifically mine drainage was one of the biggies for water pollution statewide. Now, there's certainly other things, but that was a big one. And so anyway, yeah, and that was really fun. I always think back to that trip. I was going, yeah. I was just up there fairly recently. I was going.
No, that was a good
That
trip.
was pretty cool. We got snowed on.
We got snowed on. We camped overnight, and I don't know, it was about 6 inches of snow,
Yeah.
maybe, or
Really?
4 or
It
6
was
inches.
October 1st.
Wow.
And it was kind of like, we got to get up there and get these samples done before winter hits.
You know,
I
that was,
recruited Steve to drive the
great.
sag wagon
That
up
was
there,
a
and we
sag
mountain biked
wagon,
in.
yeah.
I wanted to ask, reading your responses about wild and scenic and all that just made such sense to me, but I was surprised that you didn't really talk about the Upper Roaring Fork or the effect of Lincoln Creek and what's been happening up there presently, because you live on that, or you did anyway, and it makes me really nervous what's happening or what could happen to that river, and I really want eyes on that.
That certainly is, I should have put that in there as one of my top
I
concerns.
thought it might be.
But, yeah, there's kind of a reason for that that was accidental. So I had to fill out that survey a couple times, and the first time I filled it out, it got lost, and then the second time I did it.
Right.
And I didn't put as much effort into it, and I might have overlooked that. But
It's important.
I feel it's in pretty good hands, and that it's gotten the attention that it needed to be looked at in terms of some of the other authorities, like the EPA and the CPW, and Picken County Health has really taken the lead on it, and our Healthy Rivers staff has, worked really hard on that. And so, I mean, I think that's great.
Okay.
It's on the radar.
Well, if you feel comfortable, I feel comfortable. That's the.
Well, it's too bad that we can't. I think it would be really difficult to actually go in and eliminate that. A lot of it's natural. It's debatable how much, but a lot of it is certainly natural, and that's not going to go away. And if you go in there and try and, you can't fix it.
Right.
It's going to happen. However, the management of the reservoir needs to be under close scrutiny. And that's what all that interest did, is it made them take notice that people were watching, and they can't go on with business as usual and just flush that stuff all down Lincoln Creek into the Roaring Fork River. Now, there still was some flushing of stuff down Lincoln Creek in the Roaring Fork River, but they did make some efforts to try and mitigate that. I'm not sure how effective they were. They may have been very effective. Might have been a heck of a lot worse.
I think some was heading down Lake Creek as well. Was what I was
Down
told.
what?
It ran Lake
Yeah, well,
Creek ran red also.
Supposedly it was going to all go down Lake Creek. That's what we were told at one point, but that didn't happen. But I understand probably why, because the outflow into the tunnel, once that had gotten below that, there's still water in there that couldn't go into the tunnel. It had to go out the dam. And so they did minimize it, I think. And I don't think that would have happened if there hadn't been all that attention. So,
Right. Francie.
Hi, Andre.
hi, Francie.
I have to say that if I didn't know anything about your past and I just read your application, I would say, well, of course we would reappoint this person. I loved your application, and now that it's the lesser of two applications, I'm even more impressed by it. So thank you so much for the work you do. And I mean, the institutional knowledge you have about the rivers in our area is really impressive and really helpful to our citizens. So thank you so much.
Thanks.
Great, thanks. Any other, I don't know if Kelly's there. Anybody have any questions for Andre, or do we just say thank you and move him on to the next phase?
Say thank you, and you'll be getting a letter.
We'll call you in at the end of the month. Kelly, go ahead.
Yeah, I just would love your insight on how you think the board is functioning, how are things going?
I think it functions very well. I was just saying to Lisa that we ought to have more social events and maybe a little, I don't know, just some fun stuff. Seems like we only get together to do the nitty gritty, and I mean, with public meeting notices, it's kind of hard, but we can still do it. And it would be nice to build a little bit more community around the Healthy Rivers, not just the board, but other interested people. I'm not quite sure how you do that. Again, the Sunshine Laws seems like you got to notice everything, but you can still, you notice it, and then whoever wants to show up, that's great. But I think it would be cool to get more river users and more community just in it for the fun of it and the love of the rivers and the passion for the river. And that's an area we could probably grow a little bit, and it might make it a little more fun. Sometimes I feel like this is a little bit too much like work, like going in for work, and that's not why I do it. I don't do it for a job.
Didn't Mache bring a little fun?
Certainly, absolutely. Everybody's fun. It's just the opportunity to, when we're having the meeting, it's a long meeting and you want to get through it, and then whatever.
We'll start providing entertainment for you.
Yeah, but I mean, we got the venues for bringing that river passion together, whether that be, up here. I don't know if I want to say North Star. There's already too much use up there. But down in the Basalt Whitewater Park, that's a great community place to hang out, and it's going to be even better in the future when we get some of the roadside amenities completed. It's going to be so awesome down there. The community loves it. They're down there any afternoon. I encourage you, if you're driving by there, go down there in the afternoon on a sunny day and just see who's using that. The families that are down there and swimming and boogie boarding in the river and just hanging out and taking a dip and, fishing, whatever. It's fantastic. I did want to say one other, so we've got these great pieces of river around us in Picken County. There's the upper part up above Aspen, North Star. It has its whole set of issues. It's loved by so many people, and we got work to make sure that it's managed appropriately. And then we got the downstream, like the Basalt Whitewater Park, and it's had its issues, and it's a work in progress still, but it has some really amazing benefits to the community. And there's another section that's different from those that is not used, well, it's used pretty intensively, I guess, but it's a real jewel, and that's the section between Slaughterhouse Bridge and Woody Creek. And down to lower Woody Creek Bridge in that section. I mean, that piece of river, when you go through there, and I go through there when the water's good every day or 3 or 4 times a week down through Slaughterhouse kayaking, and it feels like you're somewhere else. You're not in Aspen. You're out in the wilderness. You've got a couple 100 feet of riparian vegetation on the hillsides. You're in a remote, wild river. Until the airplane flies over you, that reminds you that where you are, but for a few minutes, it's like you are out there, and you could be in some wild river anywhere. And
The section with the
Isn't that
big,
interesting that you
yeah,
just said that?
the big boulders, like, reminds me of being in a Henry Moore sculpture. You kind of paddling through those.
Is incredible, those huge boulders and the water pouring over them, and
Yeah.
So cool.
and you're weaving in and out of them. It's fantastic fishing habitat. It's great boating habitat, and it is used by a lot, especially now that the commercial rafting goes through there a lot. But they float through and then they're gone, and in the evening there's no one down there.
Well, thanks for coming
Incredibly
in.
valuable having that wilderness experience so close to Aspen.
You got one more
So,
comment?
I just had the opportunity to witness the Salida Whitewater Park.
Uh-huh.
And they have the
Isn't that
wave.
fun?
They have the wave there, but then they have the kayak. You know, they have the poles for
Yeah,
a kayak slalom thing, and various. There are various things there.
they
and
got a lot
it's-
going on there.
And
That's
it's
the
really
whitewater
hugely
capital of the
popular.
North
It's the first
America.
time I had actually
Really?
seen it in person, and then I could envision Basalt doing more, just kind of up and down and making it, having more features perhaps. I don't know. What do you think about that idea?
I think it's a great idea. And if you did it below the frying pan, there'd actually be water for a much larger period of the year. You wouldn't get that recreational and channel diversion water right benefit, which is what that park was
Yeah.
primarily built for, was to get the Rissid water right. And if you did it below the input of the frying pan, you wouldn't get that, but it would be a much better whitewater user experience because it could be used for a much longer period of time, and it has dependable flows because of the releases from Rudai that are, staged. Salida is incredible. I mean, it has revitalized the economy of that town, and it is the whitewater capital of
I didn't know that.
certainly Colorado and one of the top places in the West. And
Yeah.
I mean, did you watch the guys surfing on that wave? I mean, stand-up surfing?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
pretty incredible.
It's
We have a
amazing.
whole generation of Colorado surfers that are just ripping.
My grandson is one of the ones who's
I want to
competed
keep
there
this
quite a
going,
bit.
but I can't. We need
Yeah,
to
that's
move
fine.
on. I need to interview
Thanks,
Shannon.
it was so good to see you.
Cool,
Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it.
you bet.
And
My
we'll
pleasure.
let you know our decision in about
One
a
of my
month.
favorite things on the river, seeing that beaver.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming in. Thanks for all you're doing on Healthy Rivers and elsewhere. Okay, next, this is Shannon. Oh, Andrea, sorry, God.
No, this
I
is
am.
Andrea.
I read your name, I'm dyslexic and screwed up today. Andrea, welcome. Sorry about that.
Close.
I brought a resume. Does anybody need them? Or do you have them?
I've got it here.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
We've got, thanks.
My apologies for the AIS. I did pass a revised
Yeah,
one out.
yeah, we've
so-
got it right here.
Charlotte,
So, Andrea, I apologize. I was thinking, I don't know where I got Shannon. It's just me. I guess the first question that I would have, and then we'll open it up to the board, is why did you choose Healthy Rivers? How did you find out about this, and what drew you to this board?
I actually attended a meeting, I don't know how many years ago, a while back before I became a mom. And I saw them present and I was like, that's the board I want to get on. And I was really excited about it, but there was nothing open. And then life has sort of happened. And I think that now I'm gaining experiences that I can actually bring stuff to the table and be like, I can help with various things. I have a passion for science. I have been here for 18 years, and I've, as everybody have noticed, the drought in the West, and it's a pretty big problem. So I'm interested in the preserving the ecosystem. I'm interested in maintaining the fire breaks. You know, our streams and rivers are a really big part of natural fire mitigation. And we also want to have healthy soil. We want, here living in Aspen, I know Picken County, we've all pride ourselves on being a very healthy environment and being a very healthy community. to the point where U.S., I'm not sure if anyone saw it, but U.S. News and World Report released a new healthiest communities in the country survey. And Pitkin County ranked number 3 in the nation for rural communities for healthiest, which is up from number 5 in 2022. And overall, we ranked 13 out of all counties in the whole country, which is over 3,000 of them. So like for a community that prides themselves on being healthy, we're doing a pretty good job at that. Part of it was that they have 10 categories and they were ranked with 92 metrics. And one of those metrics is environment. Well, water is a really big part of that here. The smoke, all these kind of things kind of help maintain what we are and are not as far as a healthy community. So I think that's extremely important. And obviously the Grizzly Reservoir has brought a lot of attention to this recently. So I think it's just all kind of important. But not only that, but I've been rafting now for about 12 years. And I'm also interested in the preserving it and using it responsibly and having the recreational side of the river and the education that goes out to the community to preserve what we all love here. I'm very passionate about things. I love science. I know I mentioned that before, but I was part of the infield. I got to go work through the Dinosaur Journey Museum.
Lucky you.
And it was such an incredible experience. Working with microfossils, everything up to a 7-foot, 2-inch Apatosaurus femur. Wow. It was incredible. The thing was taller than I was, and it was one bone. And I also got hired through the Denver Museum of Nature and Science, and I got to go work in the Ice Age Discovery Center, recreating all those bones for a couple of years. So I'm both interested in all sides of it, and then I used to be in real estate, and even went ahead and furthered my education to get my eco-broker certification. So I was always drawn to being sustainable and living a healthy life. I'm raising a daughter, and I want her to have healthy water. And
are you in the Upper Valley?
Yes,
Okay.
we live in town.
Great.
And I want her, I'm trying to teach her how to be responsible recreational user. And it's pretty amazing when your daughter can be asked by an ambassador, a trail ambassador, questions, and she nails them all. It's amazing. They're like, wow. So it's really exciting.
It's working.
Yeah.
So just because we have media here covering this, I want to know what the first and second healthiest communities were, because I want to make sure everybody in the world knows that number 1 and number 2 should be visited first.
I don't know. I didn't pay attention. I was really proud that we were number 3 and number 13. That's pretty exciting.
Well done.
Okay, thanks. Kelly,
Oh, okay.
Kelly's pulled it up. What are they, Kelly?
Okay, Falls Church City, Virginia.
Oh, yeah, gotta go there.
Los Alamos County, New Mexico.
How can Los Alamos, the site of the nuclear explosions, be
got
the
that?
healthiest? That's
There are places better than
really
Aspen.
questionable.
Los Alamos, yeah, I sure should go there for sure.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, questions from the peanut gallery.
Sure, that's not from the bottom up.
No, we're definitely not the bottom.
No, I'm good. And you had a great letter or a note of recommendation today received from my brother-in-law who works with her at the hospital.
Oh,
He
thank
said
you.
she's passionate, she's scientific, she's excited. Yeah, so things we just saw.
Great. Any other comments, questions?
Well, thank you so much for your application and your
Yeah.
interest. I agree with you, it's of vital importance in our community to take care of our rivers and streams. And no matter what happens with this, I'm pretty sure you're going to be involved.
Yeah.
Yay.
Steve?
So on Andre's application, one of the issues he brought up was trying to find more good, high-quality projects for the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board to participate in. Do you have any ideas of such projects that you maybe have noticed or come across going rafting on the river or talking to other people on the river?
Well, so I'm a lifelong learner, which I'm sure you guys have noticed in my resume. I have quite a bit going on. But I think education. I think it all stems down to education. Education, education, education. You got to educate both the locals, which I think a lot of us have, because a lot of us do use the rivers a lot. We're a little bit more knowledgeable, but we also have to educate our tourists when they love coming here. But if they don't help take as like a stakeholder in it, you know, they love being here, they love the environment, but if they don't protect it, it's not going to be the same when they come back. So our opportunity is to also engage them through whether it's live events or whatever it may be, but educate them. I've noticed this year, all the wag bags, the stations that are everywhere. I don't know I think that's put on by the county. I'm not sure who that's put on by, but I think it's a great thing, educating the backpackers how important it is to pack out the human waste. And so I think a lot of it's going to be education. I think that even maybe giving financial incentives to Zeroscape around here also helps our water table. I don't know if that's something we already do. I tried to look it up. I wasn't really sure.
Lisa and Lisa could help you with that.
Oh, if we've done anything like
Well,
that?
I know there have been watering restrictions and things like that.
Yeah,
that
I
have been
think it's
talked about.
individual municipalities too.
Right.
I think a lot of it comes down to education. I think if you can get people to see the benefits of it and make them feel like they're part of the solution, I think you get a lot more buy-in from the community and tourists. So mine would be more education. I would have to be able to sit with them to find out some of the things that we are currently doing to see if there are other initiatives that can be taken.
Okay, thank you.
I was going to say that you reminded me of Roaring Fork Conservancy's come to us for grants for their education programs. They've got one where they're doing a pen pal relationship between kids in Denver and kids
Aurora,
over
isn't it
here
Aurora?
on either side of the Continental Divide with the watersheds and where does the water go, where does your water come from, all that sort of thing. And you just kind of triggered that memory of, and their teacher is, is it Megan? What's her
Megan Dean.
Megan Dean. Is there? You might look her up because if you're looking just to get charged up, because it's
Your
right
daughter
up
would
the
is it your
education
daughter,
alley.
child?
Yeah, it's kind
My
of
daughter?
a fun project. Yeah. Well, thank you for coming in. We're
So nice to meet you.
Thank
nice
you.
to have you. Yeah, that was great.
Oh, Carl, I said.
Thank you
I
so
will.
much,
Thank
Andrea.
you.
Nice to
Thank
meet
you
you.
so much for
Appreciate-
the opportunity to
We'll
come
be
here.
in touch.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
take care. Thanks, Charlotte. That's it for the day.
For
Okay,
For you.
for you. All right, then, review of future agendas. That's you,
Sorry.
John.
I have one
Caught
real
me.
quick while John's pulling up.
Thank
May I?
you.
Craig, may I have real
Go,
quick?
please.
Yeah, future agendas, on our regular meeting on the 11th, we have an item number 4 is an EOTC item. Do we need to discuss that before? It's a addition to the work plan and,
We can, we're having a hard time finding.
I know, but we don't know anything about what's coming forward. City of Aspen, I believe, has already approved it and Snowmass.
That's my understanding,
Are
yeah.
we gonna have an EOTC meeting?
No, we don't. That's why I'm asking. I don't even have any
We haven't
clue
had
what
one
this
in
is
so
about.
long. Has it been a year?
Yeah, we're gonna be recommending some changes to that.
That we don't all have to be.
But that's not coming up as part of that agenda item.
No.
So we're gonna take on that agenda item cold.
Which
During
one are you looking at?
The
Sorry.
meeting, it's on the meeting on the 11th, item number 4.
Yeah, and Patty, I'm just trying to dig into my memory banks here. I don't think it's a significantly
Okay.
controversial one, so
But
maybe
I
we
don't wanna
can
get
just do
bogged down
some,
at the
yeah.
meeting trying to, if there's any pre-meeting information that might be beneficial to us. Because I know our only other opportunity would be on the 10th. And I think the 10th is already booked. We need to let staff know that we're booking up time, and we're gonna get even more so with budget.
Yeah, and we're gonna have some changes coming up. Patty, if you don't mind me segueing.
No, I'm done. You're
into the 10th and 11th. We're gonna have some changes to those agendas from what's represented in the future agendas. We will be doing a work session on the 10th, around the FBO lease agreement. And so we anticipate that the jail would be coming
60
off
minutes
because
for the
we'd be, using that for doing that in a mini retreat and doing about 90 minutes.
Excuse me, a what?
Probably 90
A
minutes.
mini retreat, did you say?
Yeah, we talked about that already. Yep. We'll be
did?
doing about 90 minutes on the, yeah, we have not set a date for that. That's for the jail,
We talked
When did
about
you
it
talk
in
about
our agenda planning meeting.
Oh, I haven't heard about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are right
guys-
now.
You guys weren't in on that.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, I apologize. I had
yeah.
that in my head
More
that we had talked
secrets.
about it here. I
No, we
know.
have not talked about it.
So just taking a step back then, so the 10th, we'll have about 90 minutes to go over the fixed-based operator
That's our public
negotiations
discussion.
and analysis. And then
That's a public meeting. That's
we,
a public-
we'd intend to have first reading on a lease agreement on Wednesday, the next day, the 11th. That would, we had talked about potentially, because there has been so much public interest in that, taking public comment and questions at first reading as well as second reading, which would be 2 weeks from then, which would be the 25th. Yep.
But the ski company
That's
tower,
awesome.
cell tower thing is still scheduled on the 11th, because that could be a long one too.
Yeah, that's why we wanted to spend time in the work session.
I think it still has to go back to it could be going to P and Z tonight again. Okay. All right,
And then in the future agendas, we actually really are gonna see the Aspen Distillery thing. Is it next week or the week after? Is that gonna
thought that
be
was good.
for real, backed up with numbers and, you know what I mean?
yeah, did it get continued to the 11th too? Because we'll be here till the 12th.
Yeah,
Let's see, where was it? I
Let's
can't remember
see.
exactly what day it was, but I had that
It's
question.
not on there on the 11th.
It's,
I think it got pushed farther.
I thought we pushed it farther.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe
I'm just
so.
Maybe
looking
to the-
for that.
I don't know. We got to get that resolved.
yeah, we do. Where did I see it? There it is. It's on the 25th. Yeah, it's pretty far away. But
But
then
that
the
would be
SkiCo
second
thing,
reading.
the towers for SkiCo, those are for better communication for the ski patrol and stuff? Is that what that is, or those towers?
I think it's both
Combination.
customer experience and, just
Public
general.
safety.
Being
yeah,
able to
and
look at
public
their
safety.
phones on the gondola and stuff?
Yeah,
On
it's
the
for
chairlift?
people to be able to
Yeah,
call
and-
for 911. It's a thing for baby pano cameras. It's for,
Yeah.
you know.
I think
Okay.
it's all of the above
All
is
of them.
what's
Great, thank you.
enabled by,
Communication.
yeah.
Yeah.
Of all types, with co-locating, maybe, I don't know.
And that's all I had on future
Oh,
agendas.
Rosa? Oh, Kelly has her hand up. Kelly?
I'm concerned that 90 minutes is not long enough for first presentation and discussion in the FBO.
We have an extra 15 if we get out here at 5 o'clock, because we're due to get out at 4:45 that day. But
Plus, we had one the other day.
I guess, and I'll just articulate what I think my expectations are around that, is that we will walk through the various management approaches that we have all heard in executive session, but that the public has not had the benefit of understanding that analysis. Prior to then discussing, what it would be in the FBO lease, prior to then accepting public comment on both of those things.
So so Kelly, we weren't intending to take public comment during the work session. We were going to take it during first reading the next day. Just so the board's
That's
aware,
helpful, thank you.
yeah, and the public's aware, that what we'd intend to review, and we're going to try and put it, because I'm sensitive to the time frame also. But what we intend to present is the process to date, the proposed lease, both the quantitative and qualitative aspects highlighted. It's a large document, of course. Discuss the bondability of the lease, and then the comparison to estimates of running the FBO ourselves, which I think are those different management models and comparisons to other entities that have done that. A staff recommendation, the Financial Advisory Board's assessment and recommendation, and then provide time for board discussion and questions. So that's what we're trying to cover in that time. And then the next day would be a shorter, we'd anticipate a shorter presentation, but time for public hearing on first reading.
Right.
Very exciting.
And that still gives two first
yeah.
and second reading, get public comment.
And Kelly, I think that covers everything that you're hoping to cover in that.
Yeah, it sounds like it. I want to give, a thorough vetting, I guess, or not vetting so much as presentation related to the different management approaches and why we are choosing one over two others.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Kelly. Okay, is that enough? We're far enough out on future agendas, I think.
Yeah, I don't have
clear.
anything else for
And
you.
Steve and I are gonna meet with John again on Thursday at our regular agenda meeting. And we'll have more for you later.
Are we
after
gonna
that.
do,
Open discussion?
I have two real quick things. We got an email from Mike Maple asking us to put a ballot question on. I want to just do this publicly. I did not get back to Mike. Greg, I don't know if you did.
I haven't written him back.
That the time frame, since he wanted us to put on the exact same language as the city's ballot question to the entrance to Aspen. Well, we don't know what the city's language is going to be. I think they're discussing it today. They're not putting one on?
No, they pulled it.
The city's not putting one on, so end of conversation, because they won't have Tony they just had a meeting, I believe, at city council.
I thought he had a really good point, though, because, when I brought up those statistics of
Yeah,
the
you never
vote
sent
in
them to me.
2000, it was like so many people in the county were in favor of the preferred alternative, and if you took all the no votes from the county and the city, it was still significantly less than just the yes votes from the county. So I would like the city to consider at least, if it's not a binding vote, at least an advisory vote, or whether it would just be us, I don't know who put it on the ballot, but I do think that it's important for the county to have a say.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree or disagree with that. The fact is, we don't have time to put it on in November.
No, I know. I'm just saying in general,
I wanted
when
Mike
it
Maple and the
comes,
community
when it
to know
happens.
that our time is up for being able to put ballot
Yeah,
questions on.
I just appreciated his letter and thought he
So
had a
I
really
just want to
good
bring
point.
that up, but I had one other.
Oh, Patty, then Steve.
Tagging on to that, if I may.
Yeah.
Maybe the county at some point should put on a ballot question, and not the city, because the city residents are also county residents, and they could
Yes.
vote on the one
They can vote on both.
question.
Good point. Yep, and that's exactly what I wrote to Tori, and then they could break it down into the city residents compared if they wanted to, but yeah, you're right.
So you get to vote on both. If you're a city county resident, you get to vote on both questions.
Or you just have one question for the county.
Yeah.
Great,
But the counties can only be advisory since we don't technically control the entrance.
Go ahead, Kelly.
Oh, I would maybe suggest that a RAFTA question would not allow you to vote twice on it, and would capture a larger stakeholder group on this question. And I am just curious from our RAFTA reps, if at some point, I'd love to understand RAFTA's partnership on this conversation and what the quality of their involvement has been, or interest in becoming more involved in those conversations as a stakeholder. If that's-
And I still have one
We don't
more.
have to talk about it now, but if that's something that can be reported
Well,
out
I
at some
can,
point.
Kelly, I
Yeah,
can
we
say
should.
that it's happening. The city is gonna present to the RAFTA board. We wanted to be updated informationally. The RAFTA board didn't want to jump into the middle of it, but they want to know what's going on. And so that's the next opportunity will be, I think it's the
The
12th.
12th, yeah.
And I think I'll be chairing that meeting, and I believe it's gonna come up then.
Yeah, I had a specific conversation with Dan Blankenship about this about a month ago, maybe, and asked him where RAFTA stood, and they did weigh in 2000 or 2001 in favor of the preferred alternative. They had a resolution that was in favor of the preferred alternative at that time.
Okay, my other one?
Yeah, go ahead,
We
Patty.
we got an
Back to
email
you.
sent to us from Michael Gorman via Charlotte
Great, thank
about
you.
the GORP bill, the GORP Act, wanting us to support, but Michael hasn't forwarded on all of the information that we needed to have in order to decide if we wanted to do a letter. I do want us to consider sending on a letter. Senator Bennett needs it like the middle of next week. So I don't know if we have chance to review it before Tuesday and approve it on Tuesday and get it ready to go. I don't know, we're under a time crunch again.
So yeah, I think they were going to propose a letter. The board has written letters in the past supportive of the GORP Act. I don't know that there's any particular changes
There are
or
some.
such. There are some changes that,
Some additions to what the act would cover. So,
And two areas, right?
yeah.
In Pick and Ashcroft.
Star Peak and Ashcroft.
Star Peak and
Yeah.
Ashcroft.
oh, thank
So-
you.
Yeah,
Yep.
so we need to be prepared with that on Tuesday to move it forward, because they want it like Wednesday of next week. Because the bill is being reintroduced again, hopefully at the federal level. So is the board interested in reviewing that?
I am.
I'm comfortable moving it forward. I want to make sure we get it to the senator in time.
Yeah, so,
Oh, you mean looking at it again? No, I don't need to look at it.
well, we don't have it yet, so I don't know what it says.
Well, it's right here. It's actually in the packet. It's in one of the letters.
No, he said he was gonna attach it
The
another
draft,
day.
I have a copy of the draft here.
Oh, you do?
Yeah,
I don't have my computer in front of me, so.
okay. I will,
Do you want to
would
review
defer
it,
to
let us
your
know, Greg?
judgment,
Because you've been
Greg.
involved with it anyway, I
right.
mean.
I think it's not, no big surprises there. They've been talking about the Ashcroft and Star Peak areas all along. And I would just send it, but I'll send you the copies.
If you can send me the copy, then I'll just let you know. I think we need to get it off as soon as we can.
I'll defer to your judgment.
Great, thank you. I'm going to send this to Charlotte just so the board sees it again.
Oh, here, it's a PDF.
Yeah, you might have it already.
I see a map attachment. I
Yeah,
I just
that was
got a map, but
today's,
I
yeah.
didn't
This
get.
one's, actually, the very
That's all I
first time
got
you sent
too.
it was in August, and it's, I just
Then
sent
if
it
you
to
send it
Charlotte
on-
again.
Or send it to Charlotte
And
and
it
have her
shows
send
our
it on.
previous letters as well, so,
Send it on to Charlotte, have her send it to us, Greg?
yeah, done.
Okay, great, thank you. That's all I had for open discussion.
Okay, and maybe if she gets, you'll all see it today, I think. She should send that to you very quickly. All right, so that's done. And that was what I was gonna bring up in open discussion as well, so I don't have any.
What about the letter we got again from Gail Schwartz? How should we respond?
Well, we were gonna get some more information, I think. We had a lot of questions, and we have to
I
talk
think
about.
staff's working on it.
Yeah, and I know Gail and Ashley connected before the holiday weekend. I
Over
have
the
not,
holiday weekend.
yeah, I haven't had a chance today to connect with Ashley.
I don't think we're gonna be getting it done next week, so just, we got a lot going on next week already, so. Okay, thank you.
Great. Okay, is that it for open discussion?
Just note that the recruitment for the county attorney's position did start this week.
Oh, great.
And so we're going to be looking to get,
I thought it went out
working
last
with
week.
Rye to get some dates for executive sessions scheduled for you guys along
Okay.
those lines.
Great, thanks.
All right, can we take a break?
We could take a short break, 5 minutes?
Yes, please.
Okay, we're back. This is, we're gonna have a, oh, turn the mic on. Take two. Okay, back to position. And, okay, it's Tuesday, September 3rd, and we are at the special meeting part of the agenda. And I don't need a motion to go into a special meeting, nor do I need a motion to adjourn a special meeting. I could just say, we're having a special meeting. This is the second reading public hearing for the resolution submitting an amendment to the Pitkin County Home Rule Charter to the registered electors of Pitkin County at an election to be held November 5th, which amends Article 2 of the Home Rule Charter to authorize and empower the Board of Commissioners to approve and implement a physical layout and attendant regulatory plan for the Pitkin County Airport, including the location and extent of runways that meets local and federal regulations and requirements, notwithstanding any provision to the contrary of the Pitkin County Home Rule Charter. And Ryan Ely is here, and this is the continuation from August 28th, when we decided we'd like to have more time to look at ballot language. So now we're back.
We are back. Thanks, Greg. Ryan Ely, I'm the interim county attorney. We ended up last meeting with some changes to the proposed ballot title, which is attached as Exhibit A to the resolution that's in front of you all today. Those changes are reflected in the packet as well as the resolution. This is actually the fourth time the board has heard this. There were prior two regular meetings, and a special meeting held on this subject at in the past. So we're here for the 4th time to consider this item. Before we get too much into the substance here, I do want to note would note that your memorandum, the AIS, has been updated for today's meeting from last meeting, as well as the resolution. BoCC resolution, well, it doesn't have a number yet, but I did add a new paragraph 5, what is now paragraph 5, as well as paragraph 8, which was not in the prior version of the resolution. Paragraph 5 clarifies the intent of the BoCC's resolution, as well as the intent of the ballot measure and the Home Rule Charter Amendment. And paragraph 8 is a clarification of the procedural location of this proceeding. It essentially reaffirms that we are setting the ballot title today, and it starts the time clock running from today for any challenges to the language of the ballot title. Does anybody have any questions about the changes to the resolution before we move on to the substantive?
Do we read those?
In the
Did you-
resolution.
Yep, in the resolution that was uploaded in your packet today, and I don't know what the numbers in your packet are.
So
I'm
I am
sorry.
just re-uploading the packet to
Okay,
see.
we can take a moment here. I'm not in a hurry.
Exhibit A, red line.
It's not-
No, the
Um,
reso's not redlined.
Sure, I'd be happy to put it on the screen if the chair would like me to.
Kelly's got her hand up, Greg.
Kelly.
I see Kelly right there.
Here's
Yes,
Steve.
as Steve looks back over this, I guess I'm wondering related to paragraph
Just a second here.
5, what happens in the event that the hour airport hour vote measure has more votes? Because it says it's intended to control, but is that really what happens?
Sure. Thanks, Kelly. And the AIS for you all today does address this a little bit. The number of votes is, in my opinion, not controlling over that question about which one of these particular home rule charter amendments would supersede the other. Assuming that they both garnered enough votes to amend the home rule charter, my opinion, and I believe the intent of the resolution, as well as the ballot title and the text of the proposed amendment, is that the BoCC's referred home rule charter amendment would control over the petitioned amendment to the home rule charter submitted by our airport, our vote.
Any other questions, Kelly? Comments, thoughts? Okay, you answered that one. Did you find it, Steve?
Yeah.
Take a look.
And can I ask?
Sure, go
I
ahead.
think the reason behind adding that is just to avoid confusion after the vote. Because everybody's confused as to who's on first, who's on second. I think this clarifies.
That is correct. I believe the language of the ballot title, as well as the language of the proposed amendment, the text itself, is unambiguous in that this particular home rule charter amendment is intended to reaffirm the BoCC's authority over the physical layout of the airport, specifically the airfield, in the location and relocation and expansion of runways at the airport. But despite my opinion that it is very clear as to what that language says, the change to the resolution, as well as what's been included in the AIS for today, further clarifies that the intent of this action that the board is taking is to do just that. Of course, the caveat being that you have to get enough votes to approve this home rule charter amendment.
Either way.
So, or the to your point, or the proposed, or I'm sorry, the initiative petition to amend the Home Rule Charter Amendment would similarly need enough votes to become effective.
Okay, any other questions? I'm going to go to public comment if we don't have questions. Would anybody like to speak on this topic? I've got hands online. You raise your hand by hitting *9. And then in the room.
Mick raised his hand.
Oh, you there in the back. Mick. Welcome, Mick. Come on down.
In reviewing the newly published website in favor of the airport expansion.
Tell us your name, if you would, just for the record.
My name is Mick Arlen. I'm a former county commissioner.
And a little more volume, please, Mick, for the people in the room.
My name is Mick Arlen. I'm a former county commissioner. I was commissioner when the county negotiated with the FAA a alteration of their demand for a 24/7 operations of the airport. First of all, I'd like to say that I think it's not good public policy to revise the charter in a way that inhibits the public's access to amendments. The Home Rule Charter was initially rejected by the citizens of Pickens County in a vote in 1977, but put back on the ballot with a series of amendments in 1978, and it passed 352 to 151. It was amended to provide, at that time, the citizens approved a provision that provided for initiative and referendum, and the vote was 1642 to 1428 in 1978. And the charter was amended to restrict operations at the airport to an 8:30 curfew or 1/2 hour after sunset, whichever came first. Now, I also spent some time reading the technical work report issued by the Citizens Committee on whatever it's named or renamed on the airport, and it bases its projections for growth on a average growth for the period 1990 to 2018, and says, well, employments grew during that period at 0.9%. However, I think that is a inappropriate way to project future growth for the following reasons. The period 1990 to 2000 was substantially different economically than our present day situation, because starting in the early 90s and accelerating since then, we've had an enormous concentration of wealth in the hands of people who can afford to fly to Aspen. And the working report shows projected growth of 1.9% to 2.9% for the more recent years. So to say that, don't worry, there isn't a growth issue because we expect employments to go up 0.9%, I think is misleading. I think that's not the way it should be done. We should look at comparable economic situations, and now we are in a period of wealth concentration at the top, have been for some time, and that is reflected in the value of home prices that you all are familiar with and that I've presented on in the past. So there's more money at the top, more demand for Aspen visits and Aspen ownership. In addition, it has been touted that this airport expansion will open up direct flight access to more cities. Now, the only possible result of a bigger market is more demand. Coors beer, which you may be familiar with, when I was younger, was limited to distribution in 11 states. They later were able to have distribution across the country. Demand for Coors surged. So now we have direct flights to a limited area, a longer, expanded, safer, wider runway will give access to places like Atlanta and Jacksonville and New York and Boston and so on for direct flights. This will result, I think, in increased demand to come here. Finally, if you look through the reports, which I did, the plans call for or state that you can accommodate today's air traffic with 6 gates instead of the present 8. Now, if that's the case, why is there an approval that contains a provision that allows expansion to 8 gates? If you go from 6 to 8, that's a third more capacity for enplanements. And you may have, which you don't have now, you may have planes that can come in here that are not any greater wingspan, but are, so to speak, fatter planes. So that we are putting in place, I believe, and the reason why I'm supporting the citizen initiative is we are putting in place room for a lot of growth. And the plans, the website, and the committee documents talk about, well, we can work with the FAA to provide limits. I was a county commissioner here for 13 years. I was city council 6 years. And I remember the days when people would come in with a land use application and say, well, I know you need affordable housing, but we will work with you in the future. And the work with never built a stick of affordable housing. The only thing that created affordable housing was this board and the city deciding that it not a work with, but a must do. Even the widely reviled Gorsuch House is required to provide 38 units of affordable housing. Now, we'll work with you later, but you must as a condition of approval. So I have that concern. There may be a way to do this that is less contentious. I am not a policymaker for the our airport, our vote. But there is the possibility that we could, if the board would agree to it and could obtain this, provide limitation on either the number of gates or the number of passengers processed through agreement with the FAA, perhaps a wingspan limitation. I'm not sure how technically this could be done. And then the citizens group, if it was confident that there was actual growth management, not 1.9% a year, not 2.9% a year, but something reasonable, might support the expansion.
Okay, Mick, we're about out of time.
Well, I am too.
Okay,
So I'm going
excellent.
to wrap it up by saying the citizens signed that petition not because they don't like airplanes and airports and safety or a better terminal, but because this community is very concerned about the rapid change in its composition, in its livability, and its management, and managing growth by allowing 2.9% per year more enplanements. That's 3 times the rate the population is growing at, and it would lead to, over the next 20 years, a doubling of airport use. Thank you.
Thanks, Mick. Appreciate your comments. Other public comment? Okay, come on down.
I'm hoping before I start, could you give me a copy of the language of your ballot question? Thank you.
There you go.
Okay, welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name's Tim Mooney, and I'm scanning here. I'm looking for the part where it says that you're going to mitigate traffic. Is that in here?
It's in the language in the question, I believe.
I don't see it on here.
That's,
So, I think
yeah.
that should be a big problem with that, because if you're putting that into amending the charter and you're committing on the basis of people voting for that issue to reduce vehicle traffic from the airport, reduce carbon emissions, where's the teeth in that? That's exactly what Mick is saying. You know, we'll work with you in the future, but you're not saying how you're going to do it. You're sucking people in to think that you have the power to do this if they vote for you. And there's no reality to that. There's no process. There's no money. There's no teeth in this. So I think this is smoke and mirrors here. And I really object to being sucked into, we'll work with you in the future. And I want to talk to you about what Mr. Child said, that he believes what the FAA told him, that they won't fund any more improvements at the airport if we don't do this and that. And once you believe in something, you stop pursuing real information. You take somebody else's word for it. So just to believe in somebody else's opinion, that's like taking direction from a special interest group. Sure, the FAA wants it to be their way. And I think there are other ways. I think there are other ways to even this ballot position that you're putting the public in, because there could be a compromise here that if you were really in pursuit of real information, why not say, let's pursue writing the county code to have a law, a local law, that says 95 feet is the limit to the wingspan. And then the FAA has to play by your rules when they come here. And you could amend that at any time. It's not like a code amendment. It's just a law, a regulation. So it's just like the curfew. That's a county law that is a preposition.
The federal law.
A federal law. It was a federal law, but it started as a county law. And you could put that on the county books too. And the FAA wouldn't be able to go around that either. So if you say, listen, we just want a certain kind of plane. We don't want big planes. We really don't need big planes, private planes. You know, G700s, G650s. I've been on Global Express. I've sat at the tarmac with a client of mine to go skiing in Alaska, and he and I were the only ones on the Global, and his wife was on her own Global. And there was a hold at the airport. We sat at the end of the tarmac waiting to take off for an hour. And that cost him hundreds of thousands of dollars. Those kinds of impacts are ridiculous with a local airport that serves this community to travel at kind of family level needs for this local airport to fund the resort that we're cooperating with. This community really doesn't need to expand the airport. We need to fix the runway constantly. We need a new terminal that you should have been fixing constantly. And so now we realize that we have to expand the airport in order to get what we need. It really doesn't make sense. I don't think you're really pursuing all the answers, because I think you've believed what you've been told instead of doing your own homework, having your own gut feeling like what it's like to live in this community and not in this resort. And I think that should be revisited, and those big decisions should be made with a different standard, where you want more information, not I'm already been told what to do. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Thank you for your comments. Okay, comments from the room or online?
Tony's got her hand up.
Tony, come on down.
Hi, for the record, my name is Tony Kronberg, and at your last work session, I made a request that you pull some language from the second paragraph. I also forwarded a letter to you and also had it published in the Aspen Daily News. I'm not here either in support or against the ballot question, but if this particular language remains in the second paragraph, I will have no choice but to come out against the ballot question. And the sentence that's in particular, it says, it's in both the title and the text of the ballot question, that it says that the board finds will improve safety, reduce air and noise pollution, and manages growth consistent with community values, reduces vehicular traffic to and from the airport, and reduces carbon emissions. My issue with that is you are not comparing that. You're not in compliance with any criteria. Whereas in the very first paragraph, you say that the Pickens County Commissioners, that you're going to approve an amended airport layout plan that's in compliance with the FAA, and that's also in compliance with federal and local requirements. But then that next sentence, it says the board finds, and you don't have any criteria, so that's a subjective value opinion for the county commissioners. And the Citizens Initiative came forward because they did have a difference of opinion with the Pickens County Commissioners. So I think it would be in this ballot question's best interest if that sentence was taken out, because there's nothing to compare it with. You're not in compliance with anything, and it really doesn't change the question that you're asking. You're actually adding for more authority over things like the type of vehicles, how you're going to reduce it, the air quality. And then also the Colorado Constitution and Colorado Revised Statutes, initiative and referendum, and when it gets down to ballot questions, so far as the title and the text, you're supposed to have a single subject requirement. Only one subject is supposed to be in a ballot question so it doesn't confuse people. So you have the amended layout plan, but then again, as I said, you've added that the board finds will improve safety, reduce air and noise pollution, manages growth consistent with community values. That's where your initiative petition comes in. For me, reducing vehicle traffic to and from the airport and reduces carbon emissions. Until I know what you're in complying with, how you're going to reduce the traffic to and from the airport, this ballot question I cannot support. Again, I'm not saying one or the other. I'm in favor of either ballot question, but this particular ballot question, the language in it, if you can take that sentence out, then it can stand on its own. But if that sentence does stay in, I'll probably be putting forward a challenge to this sentence. And then if it stays in there, then I will have to lobby against it, because I have no idea what your transportation management plans are. So I just want to put that out to you. I want to give you a head start on it, and that's just from my perspective.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Okay, any other comments from Ellen? Come on up.
For the record, my name is Ellen Anderson. I live in Aspen Village. I've been out of the country for a couple of weeks, so I've missed the meetings. I, for 30 years, worked next door in the basement of the courthouse, and in the 1990s, there was emerging science that, maybe radon is not a good thing. The courthouse checked the boxes: sandstone, mine tailings, subterranean. I alerted the county, Ellen, you're the only one complaining. So I did a little citizen science, and back then it was hard to get the radon canisters, but I did. I paid for them myself, measured the radon in my office, which was in the basement, and then mine was elevated over what it should have been. And then with the permission of Bob Broaddus and Tom Stevenson, I measured their offices, and they were big, like 23 picocuries when the level's supposed to be 4.2. At that point, I gave that science to Pickens County and said, you really need to study this, and they did. That's a big difference between the 1990s and today. And by the way, the radon was mitigated in the courthouse. Now, I participated in citizen science through Aspen Flywright, and we have reason to believe that the air quality in and around the airport needs to be studied definitively by experts. But we had sophisticated enough equipment and did it for 4 days. Not perfect by any means, but it's parallel, similar to what I did in the 1990s. Picken County, you really need to study this. But unlike the 1990s, the county's fighting us. And it almost seems, I think a reasonable person could say it's willful ignorance. I've been asking since 2018 and suggesting vendors and schedules and budgets and everything, and the county has refused to measure. One of the things the county is confusing the public, in my opinion, with is greenhouse gases on the one hand, which are absolutely bad for the planet, and the ground pollutants, what right here. What are the kids at Buttermilk breathing? What is everybody who works at the airport breathing? Truscott, North 40, Aspen Village, Woody Creek. That the county has not measured, and the county has declined to measure what's in the air when there are no flight operations, when the airport's been closed twice in the last year, saying, oh, that's not important information. It is clearly important information. As a longtime citizen, I do not understand the attitude of the county. I think people could suggest that you are aggressively being ignorant now. There is no time to study the air before November. It has to be a longitudinal study, and the consultant agrees with that. I don't know why you're refusing to find out what the fact of the matter is. It's science. It's no more selfish of me to say this is a matter of public health than it was in the 1990s for someone to call me selfish for wanting the radon mitigated in the courthouse. This is a matter of public health. So I'm reiterating it again. I'm not going to talk about community character or growth or anything else. I'm talking about science. What are we breathing? And there are a lot of people under the flight path and in and around. And I ask you, how can you possibly move forward when you don't know what the present situation is? Bigger planes will mean more different kinds of makes and models of planes, and there will be more. I think a reasonable person could say it's very likely that the pollution will be changed by having more and larger planes and the potential for old and dirtier, bigger planes. I really think you have to study this, get the science, get a baseline before you can make it worse. Thanks.
Thanks, Ellen.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, anybody else in the room? Anybody on, I see online Chuck Butler has his hand up. Go ahead, Chuck.
My name is Chuck Butler, Snowmass Village. I have a letter from Tom Melberg, which he asked me to read, and I will do my best to get through it here as quick as possible. The airport expansion proposal has seemingly created a great divide in our community. However, I believe the underlying resolve to protect our valley's economy and community lifestyle is shared by all. The great divide stems from if you do or do not believe the federal government, the FAA, will turn its back on the will of the people. Pitkin County residents, the valley-wide voters, the affluent second homeowners, and the super wealthy private jet owners currently utilizing our airport, plus the 1.42 million skier visits, and the great state of Colorado, which shares in the $80 million annual revenue generated in Aspen Snowmass, can have, can have an influencing effect on the FAA. That is a lot of money and the firepower to convince our senators, House of Representatives, and governor to persuade the FAA our present runway layout is safe, should continue to receive federal monies to keep it safe, and is the will of the people who live and visit one of the greatest resorts in the world. We are all grateful our leading airlines are proactively have ordered a fleet of 19 70-passenger Embraer 175s to service our existing direct flight destinations under the present runway configuration. The present runway layout and modification of standards granted in 1999 for our airport has resulted in 0 accidents attributed to the 320-foot runway / taxiway separation, demonstrating the one-size-fits-all equation by the FAA is not justifiable. The FAA designed our 95-foot wingspan to be just as safe with our 320-foot separation as the standard 118-foot wingspan would be with the current 400, or with the standard 400-foot separation. Our unusual airfield layout has been safe for a quarter century. It's still safe. It fits both our old and our brand new regional jets, and there's no reason to change it. If the community votes to allow the BoCC to proceed with their present position of relocation and widening of the runway, much larger aircraft, including potentially hundreds of old 737s and A319 and 320s, would automatically be allowed to fly into Aspen. A new wider runway would allow at least 4 additional direct commercial flights to Aspen from New York City, Boston, Newark, and Miami. Our airport will then be directly connected to our country's most populated area and the gateway to both Europe and South America. This is another divisive issue. For more private aircraft and more direct commercial flights, we'll still be competing for the same one runway, resulting in delays for both entities. I think it's safe to say that we all agree the current 25,000 square foot terminal is substandard and in need of an expansion. 2 levels with expansive viewing glass and enclosed jetways sounds great. The heartburn comes from how large should we plan for the expected need. Currently, the Vision Committee recommended upwards of 80,000 square feet to meet the anticipated need. Although the BoCC never requested an estimated growth projection resulting from directed flights from the previously mentioned cities, the tripling of the size of a new terminal speaks volumes to the FAA's own forecast. And the FAA's own forecast envisions 500,000 airline passengers arriving in 2050. 2/3 more arrivals than we struggle to host now. The Vision Committee also recommended limiting the number of gates to 6, but with the caveat that 2 more gates can be added in the event of demand. More than tripling the size of the present terminal and the potential for 8 gates at ASC certainly tells our community will experience a significant growth generation. Additionally, the Vision Committee would like to have the airlines use A220-100s with a seating capacity of 120 passengers. However, a new wider runway would be able to handle the weight of a 220-300, more than twice today's CRJ700s, with a seating capacity of 150 passengers. And that's the plan the FAA wants our airport rebuilt to fit. Many believe it is not our obligation to fill every bed and pillar created and sold in our valley at the peril of losing the local community character, as the FAA's GDP-driven growth forecast drives up forever the aviation forecast we are expected to follow.
Hey, Chuck. Chuck,
Yes.
you're out of time. I'm sorry. I've let you go way over.
Can I give you one last sentence?
That'd be great.
Okay, the recent 1,200 signatures gathered in less than a month by grassroots volunteers will finally allow the registered voters of Pickens County to determine the future of our airport. If one believes in the power of the people and the pressure voters and constituents have on our state of Colorado politicians, the ballot question will pass. If the county's proposed
Okay, Chuck.
interfering initiative.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chuck.
That was a long sentence. But thank you. Okay, do we have anybody else online or in the room who'd like to say something? Over here, Barry.
Good afternoon, Barry Vaughn. Is red on?
Yes.
Red is on. So I've been following this discussion very closely, and I haven't heard anything today that makes me think that you should move forward as a group and pass this resolution that's before you today. There's a lot of what I believe to be misinformation about how Pitkin County stood up to the FAA regarding the curfew back in 1993. The written record does not support the notion that we managed to stare them down and get our way. In fact, the opposite basically is what happened. But what I'd like to do is to just back up a step and take a broader view and make a few, surprisingly few for me, I suppose, comments generally speaking about this resolution, which basically goes as follows. The BoCC's ballot question gives the voters the opportunity to reaffirm their support of the BoCC in its efforts to deal with the complex realities of maintaining a local airport that, one, does not exist in a bubble, no matter how much we would like to believe otherwise. Two, it is subject to, and we are subject to, the dictates of the FAA, as the airport is an integral part of the national airspace system. And three, this airport is essential to maintaining the economic vitality of not just Aspen and not just Pitkin County, but the entire Roaring Fork Valley and beyond, down into the Colorado. So, my ask to you is, please pass this resolution today. Thank you.
Thanks, Barry.
Thanks, Barry. Okay, do we have any others in the room or online? One last gasp. I don't see anybody else. Any other comments online? Okay, just want to make sure. No one else in the room. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board.
You're closing the public
I'm
comment?
closing public comment. Pardon me, choking. Okay, so I'm bringing it back for conversation among the board. Anyone would like to share something? Kelly, was that a hand up? Just checking.
I'll
I
go.
mean, I can go first because I would like to have some discussion. I guess I will just look to my colleagues here for a little bit of dialogue because I still continue to be very torn on this. And, you know, I continue to wish that nobody was messing with the home rule charter. I understand why the petitioners chose that path. To me, if I was sitting in their seats or standing in their shoes, it seems like the only way to have something with more teeth than just an advisory vote or an ordinance that, you know, it is time bound. So I get that from their perspective. You know, I've maintained throughout all of this that I don't like messing with the home rule charter for these purposes, and I also don't think that the airport layout plan is a decision that is suitable for an up or down vote. I would, you know, personally have preferred that this be wrapped up in a policy conversations relative to competitive commissioner races, you know, where we'd be talking about growth management policy agendas, and we'd be talking about people's votes on a variety of the many decisions that had to be taken relative to the airport layout plan and the public process that delivered it to us, frankly. So, you know, I have more to say and more I'm thinking through, but I just would love input from you all to really, again, just clarify for me why working against the petition that has been proposed is not sufficient.
Thanks, Kelly. I just need you to reiterate, you're asking why working against the petition that has been proposed is not sufficient. Could you
Yeah, like a resolution in opposition to the petition question. Because again, I don't think our home rule charter should be amended for this purpose. And I don't think that the airport layout plan is a project that's suitable for an up or down, yes or no vote. There are so many details and so much deliberation that went into that is not reflected when you go to cast a ballot saying yes or no on the airport. So that's just sort of my my foundation on thinking about all this. And I have more to sort of argue in justification for that, but I am just sort of would love to hear from you all, because I continue to be very torn. This is one of those votes where I'm like, gosh, am I going to go to bed tonight feeling like I made the wrong choice?
Thanks.
I've had that happen once in the last 6 years. I don't want it to happen again. And it's as tough as I think this vote is for people. I think the way I feel probably is mirrors how the community feels, right down the middle.
Thank you. Patty?
Yeah, I agree with Kelly that this issue should not be an issue of amending the Home Rule Charter. It's not appropriate. But it is what it is. Their question will be on the ballot. They followed a process, which they're allowed to do, and I really thought that, there were some issues with some of the PIC signatures, how they were passed, but they got on the ballot. We approved it to be on the ballot. And I feel that, for me, putting the county question on is not in opposition to their question. It's in response to their question by putting to a vote to the people and clarifying the Home Rule Charter in one question. This is the question we proposed. And I think the issues that we put in our ballot question are the things that were worked through by the community in their vision process and in the resolution we passed in 2020. Was that the? Correct. Yeah, so I think we're supporting what we have already gone through a public process for, and that's where that language comes from. It doesn't come, we didn't just grab words out of the sky, no pun intended. Those were words that came through 16 or 18 months. Nobody ever gets the amount of months right. I'm not sure what it is, of the people who put in a lot of time and energy to present to the BoCC the common ground recommendations. So I think we're supporting that. We're supporting our community. It is a tough issue to understand. Some people understand, they don't. It's very complex, and it's taken the BoCC a long time and a lot of energy reading and doing our homework and looking at science from all sides and facts from all sides, even though some people think that we were being told what to do by staff and our hired consultants. The BoCC, maybe I'm bragging, but we're a little more intelligent than that. We put in a lot of effort into this issue and a lot of time and a lot of late nights, middle of the night thinking about it. This is one of the hardest things that has ever come before me in 22, almost 23 years in office. This one keeps me up at night, in the middle of the night, thinking about what we could have done differently to bring the community more involved in the process of educating the community at a greater extent. I don't know what more we could have done to try and get the facts and what's really happening out there. So this is tough, and it's going to be a tough question for the voters. But you know what? This election is going to be tough in general for the voters, and I hope people do ask more questions as this moves forward. It would be great if all 5 of us could take a philosophical no vote, and because we are caught in between this, but we have to move this forward. It would be great. I'm not always one who believes it has to be all 5 of us voting for something, and if it's not to be, then it's not to be. I don't want to be threatened by anyone in the community. If you don't listen to us, we're going to do X, Y, and Z to you, the Board of Commissioners. That's not the way this community should go about doing business together as a community. We need to be working together and trying to find a common ground again, trying to find a way to cooperate, to compromise in some aspects, to move the community forward. This is a tough one. I'm telling the voters now. I'm going to support it because I think it gives the voters the opportunity to do a little more homework, allows the community to educate the community a little more, and hopefully at the end of the day we'll come out with where the community wants us to go.
Thanks, Patty. Anybody else
I'll
want to?
just address the very specific question
Francie,
that I think she's posing, and that is, why don't we just have on the ballot, do you approve of the, basically the airport layout plan as it's been submitted to the FAA, along those lines? Why do we have to include another amendment to, amendment to the home rule charter? I think is really what you're asking. Is that correct, Kelly?
That wasn't exactly, but you can reflect on that.
Okay, so I think the legal advice that we've gotten is that should the citizens ballot measure pass and a referendum sort of vote on whether or not we should widen the runway and so on, should that also pass, there would be an amendment to the home rule charter which could remain in effect into the future anytime a decision had to be made about runway changes or so on. So it's my understanding that we've been advised to go this direction so that we can reaffirm our authority in the executive and management decisions at the airport, since it is a very complicated issue, and people who just decide one way or another by a yard sign or by reading 5 letters to the editor or by thinking they understand but maybe not understanding, or even if they do understand, going to a vote, as you say, is not appropriate for the future of the airport. So I think that's why we've decided to go with another amendment to the home rule charter, as much as none of us really likes having to do that. It would be great if we could just have a vote, but then the home rule charter, if the other ballot measure passes as well, would be amended, and in a way that I don't think is in the best interest of the airport or the community.
Can I
Thanks,
just
Francie.
tag on to that real quick?
Sure.
And Francie, I think the language that's drafted in Exhibit A, where it refers to the language in the Home Rule Charter, is very clear that this is one question, one vote. That it's one question that reaffirms the county's authority over the airport for these reasons. So when the people are voting, they're voting on one question, not multiple questions in one ballot question. And I think it's very clear in the language that we have drafted that's in front of us today in Exhibit A.
Thanks, Patty. Steve?
So I have, I'd like to respond to a lot of individuals who made comments, but first of all, I think I want to ask Rye about, I'm intrigued by Tony's suggestion that we remove some of the language of that. The language he suggested removing was all stuff that is the common ground recommendation. And by leaving that stuff in our resolution, does that violate the single issue clause on a ballot question, the way that we have it worded?
Yeah, I understand your question, Steve, and it's what, does the inclusion of this language about improving safety, reducing air and noise pollution, managing growth, does that somehow violate the single subject requirement that's either imposed by state law, whether it's the Constitution or statutory law? I don't think it does. When I read that particular language, I read that as criteria that would require future findings of the board. So I don't necessarily see it as I certainly don't see it as an expansion of the board's authority into those areas. In fact, I look at it as a limitation on the authority of the board to approve the aspects of the airport layout that we're talking about right now, namely runway expansion and relocation. And in considering doing that, the board must evaluate these particular issues. So if anything, I don't see it as an expansion of the BoCC's authority. I see it as a limitation. So no, I don't think it violates the single subject requirement state law in any way to include that
Okay.
language in there.
To me, that would be the only reason to remove that language from this. To me, the way I read it, it reaffirms the common ground recommendation, including the part about the traffic to and from the airport is an integral part of their recommendation.
Right, as I understand
A lot
it.
of them are aspirational things, goals to strive for that are hard to reach, but that's the direction they have given us to go. So I mean, I feel good about the wording, but I wanted to ask about that suggestion Tony made.
And Steve, just, because that's what I just further clarified with the language in the text amendment, how it ties the text amendment to the Home Rule Charter into those issues which were part of the resolution we passed in 2020, which was to accept the recommendations from the Vision Committee.
Okay. So now, just quick responses to some of the things that were said. To Mick's comment about the 2.9% growth in employments issue, I personally would like to have an increase in the number of employments of people coming into our airport and a decrease in the amount of rental cars they're driving from other destinations to arrive here. I think we'd be much better off to have more people arrive by plane and fewer arrive by cars. The community would be better off for it. So just leave it at that. To Tim Mooney, seeking more information on these issues. I personally have been studying this, Tim, for 12 years. We have had so much information about these issues, and it has been focused down to a really narrow, clear, to me, crystal clear path forward to how we can have a better airport, which does include complying with the FAA request and requirement of moving the runway over. And actually relocating the runway is already in our current layout plan, which we were seeking to amend because it had other deficiencies in it, like the full west side taxiway, which just didn't work. And the current airport layout plan also didn't have a lot of the other common ground recommendations, which are definite improvements to the layout plan. So seeking more information at this point, when we have more than enough information to make the decision that we already had made, I think would just be a delaying tactic at this point. We don't need any more studies. We don't really need more information. And finally, just a response to Ellen about the air quality. I agree with you, Ellen, that studying the air quality that's really a commendable thing, and I agree with you. We should do more. Studying it more is not going to change the air quality. If we went back to a design group 2 airport, which is one of our choices, the air quality is still going to be undesirable. We're going to be having the planes flying now that are, many of them burn more fuel. They're less fuel efficient. They're not as clean of engines. I think moving forward to new aircraft that fly more efficiently and burn less fuel, there will still be pollution from them, but that's a way that we will, could go towards having cleaner air. We do need to study the air quality. I agree with you on that, and I hope that steps are taken to, do more in that area going forward. But the air's still going to be dirty whether we go forwards or backwards.
Figure out how to fix it.
Yeah, how to fix it. There's varying things on that, but I think using new technology and newer planes that have longer wingspan that fly more efficiently is a way to lead to cleaner air quality. Another way to lead to cleaner air quality is to have all electric ground power units, I think, that are APUs, auxiliary power units, being all electric, would vastly improve the air quality at the airport. And that's one of the things in our recommendation. So there are various things that we are working on to improve the air quality. So I just wanted to say I agree with you, and we are working on it. So I'll leave it at that, Greg.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate you going through, and I agree with your comments and your responses to everyone. Yeah, this is a complicated issue, and I think the best thing we can possibly do is give the voters the widest array of choices possible. And I think that's what we're doing with the reso we're putting forth today and considering today. The voters of the county will have the opportunity to vote on 2 ballot measures regarding our airport and regarding the county's ability to manage the airport. I will follow the will of the majority of the voters after this vote is through. I'm committed to doing that, and I think this is the best way to move forward on that. We've heard all of this pretty much. There wasn't anything new here, as somebody pointed out. Yes, I share all these questions. You can keep turning them around in your head ad nauseum. We're not going to have definitive answers because so many of these questions are based on assumptions which we don't know will even happen. But it's easy to come up with worst case scenarios and make assumptions about how bad it could possibly get. We lose sight of what we're trying to do and how good it could possibly get, and that's where the Vision Committee and all the work that's been done for so many years has led us. So I'm comfortable putting this on, and I don't think I need to say any more. The whole thing about the Home Rule Charter is just a distraction. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that that's what the group chose to do, but they certainly have the right to. And I think the voters will have an excellent palette of choices before them, and we're going to see where it goes. And so we'll know in 70 days or so. With that, that's all I have to add to this.
I have just a little teeny bit.
Francie.
Yeah, I think, most of the public and my peers, my colleagues already know how I feel, but I would like to remind the public that if we abandon our authority at the airport, we are in violation of state statute and of Grant Assurance number 5, which makes us in violation of our contract with the FAA. So that is another layer of complexity that I think part of the public doesn't understand. Clearly, Chuck understood it, which is why he went to the Home Rule Charter to force us into a position where we really don't have a lot of choice but to amend the Home Rule Charter on top of their amendment so that we're not in violation of state statute and FAA grant assurances.
Thanks, Francie.
I have a closing for me.
A closing from Patty. Go ahead.
I want to thank Chuck Butler for reaching out and try to work with the BoCC and for sending us, at least Kelly, and I don't know if the rest of the board got a very kind email, and for Alex Anderson, I think, he was the gentleman who spoke. And he's a local kid who grew up here, and actually turns out he knew my kids. And he was pretty adamant at both of our meetings. I ran into him this last weekend, and he wanted to be very clear that we weren't enemies, we were in this together. And I really appreciated his kind word. And Susan Jackson, what's Susan's last name from Woody Creek? I ran into her. She was great. Ran into her again this weekend, saying that, the hope was at the end of the day we could all work together. Alex Bruff, thanks. They were very kind words. It caught me off guard, got me a little teary-eyed, that they came up and gave me a hug and said, We're not enemies. We're in this together. And I think that's how the BoCC, I'm not going to speak for you individually, that's how I feel. And I think it's the same level with working with the FAA. The FAA is not our enemy. We need to find a way that all sides of our community can come together to assist us in working with the FAA. And it's not, we are going to continue to talk to the feds, even though Mr. Mooney does not believe that we will. I intend, Francie and I have been there, we will be going back. I'm going back in March to meet with them and talk with them about how we can work together and hopefully maybe finding some kind of level of compromise, even if it means changing federal law. We've done it from here before. We can do it again if we come together as a united front. When we go to Washington and we have split factors in our infractions in our community, they don't want to hear that in D.C. They want us to come together as a united front to try and get the FAA and Congress, our senators, to listen to us so we can, and our congressman or maybe the previous congresswoman to help us out with this. And I think that's important for the community to know. So I would like to make a motion.
Okay.
Is that okay with you, Mr. Chair?
You need it to be read out loud?
Rye, would you like me just to read the title on the reso?
Sure.
I would like to make a motion to approve a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, submitting an amendment to the Pickens County Home Rule Charter to the registered electors of Pickens County, Colorado, at an election to be held on November 5th, 2024, which amends Article 2 of the Home Rule Charter to authorize and empower the Board of County Commissioners to approve and implement a physical layout and attendant regulatory plan for the Aspen-Pickens County Airport, including the location extent of runways that meet local and federal regulations and requirements, notwithstanding any provision to the contrary in the Pickens County Home Rule Charter. And attached to this reso is Exhibit A, which is the language of the ballot question and the text to amendment to the Home Rule Charter.
And your
That's my motion to approve.
motion to approve, and that's the red line version that has been.
It's actually, there's a clean
Final
copy
version.
attached to our reso.
Okay, so
I'll
you've got it.
second.
And we have a second from Francie. Further discussion?
And I want to add to that, again, I'm hoping that the Board of Commissioners, I see Kelly has her hand up, the Board of Commissioners will, again, be trying to work with the clerk's office to do some kind of mailing or however we can get the information out as to the text language in both ballot questions so that the public has the opportunity to see what the full ballot questions are, because that text language is not included on the ballot. So we're still working with Ingrid to get that clarified.
So we're committing to making sure people understand and have access to that. Kelly?
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to make some more comments on this. I am going to vote no on this, and I know that that is disappointing for my colleagues, and I've really tried to get here on this. This hasn't sat right with me, and it doesn't continue to sit right with me. I haven't thought that it was absolutely necessary for us to take this approach, and my suggestions have gone, unsupported, related to narrowing the question just on the project, related to actually referring directly to the Common Ground airport layout plan as we've adopted it, and I will happily endorse a no vote on the initiated petition and support a resolution related to that for the reasons that I stated earlier in this meeting. I continue to hope that we can all build more community around this issue, or maybe build more community around growth management policies. Maybe that's the outcome of this, is to do it better, to get stronger, to have, or engage the community even more, which I'm not sure the community knows. We have a Vision 2050 project going on. That's a great opportunity to coalesce around growth management in our community. I can fully get on board with all of that. I think I've been committed to growth management in my policy positions as a commissioner and continue to do so. You know, I don't think that the wider runway is quite the bogeyman that it's being made out to be. You know, a G650 burns less fuel than a G450 that lands here. You know, if we want to manage where people go when they get here, I think that is 100% in our purview. And the airport is not 100% in our purview. And that is what has made this really, really challenging. You know, in all of these conversations, either question acts as a proxy on the airport. So I think that that's where we need to focus our efforts and focus our messaging around. I just struggle with, you know, if the citizens came to us and said, we want to change the charter to have, I don't know, all commissioners run on the same term, and we put a question on that said, we want to reaffirm the home rule charter to have, you know, separate terms. I just can't envision us doing that, and so it's hard for me to envision that we're gonna take a similar tact when really we could just oppose what's being asked and make a really good argument for why changing the home rule charter is not a wise move for the community. You know, I don't think people are gonna wanna be asked if we have to shift a portion of a taxiway 200 feet to go to a vote for that. I think they're gonna say, wow, that's really strange if you need to sort of redesign a taxiway 10 years down the road to have to come down and ask the voters for that. Those are the arguments that I feel very comfortable making related to why amending our home rule charter in this way should be opposed. But that's where I'm at on this. And I look forward to sort of advocating with you all on a cleaner, the cleanest, greenest airport in the world is what I think the Aspen-Picken County Airport can be, and I still believe that here in this next election cycle. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. Steve?
So I did originally feel that, let's just have a vote on the citizens initiative. And if we did that and if it passed, we would have to wait till a future election, 1 or 2 years out. I don't know how long it would take. At that point, we would have to totally re-educate all of the citizens about the issues and probably re-educate the county commissioners about some of the issues. In the meantime, we would risk, I'm sure it would be too late then to take advantage of the federal stimulus money that is available right now that can be used for airport terminals, which that money is going to go away. And if we had to come back in a year's time and ask for approval to move the runway over from our citizens, that would be lost opportunity that would cost us, I don't know, $50 or $100 million potentially. I don't know, a huge amount of money that we would lose that we now, by moving forward with the airport project now, we still can get that stimulus money. So to me, that was the reason why I am supporting this, the commissioner's resolution to bring this forward with the two questions for the voters on the ballot instead of just the one.
Thanks, Steve. There is something that doesn't feel very comfortable to me about violating a grant assurance with the FAA. It just doesn't seem like a good policy, especially when so much money's at stake. And I do worry about that. I worry about the responsibility that I have as a commissioner to oversee a budget and to try to be smart with the people's money, whether it's federal money or local money. And so that's one facet of it for me. Did you have a motion? Did you?
Yeah,
Do
we have a
second?
motion and a second.
Was that a second, or did you second it?
I second.
Frenzy sent it.
It's been
You
so
just have to
long
call the
since we had the
question.
motion, I guess it's time to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We've got, okay, 4-1, it passes. Thank you all.
I would now like to make a motion
Patty.
To go
please
into
do.
another special meeting in an executive session for the purposes of? Or do we want to do open discussion again?
Yeah, do you guys have anything else before
No.
you're done?
We don't.
Okay, I'm being told, no, we don't.
Okay.
I can, should I hand it to Steve to run this because I have to recuse myself?
Yeah, but let's get the motion out first. You can vote to go in.
You can
then
do the
leave.
motion to go into exec.
So I'm going to make a motion to go into executive session for the purposes of,
Fixed base operator lease negotiations, discussion with counsel for the purpose of receiving legal advice pursuant to CRS 246402-4B and providing instruction to negotiators pursuant to CRS 246402-4E.
thank you.
We have a second?
I'll
Sure.
second.
We have a second from either Steve or Francie. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You're recusing and Steve's
And
going to
then I
run.
am out of here.
And we're going upstairs, yeah?
Have a nice time.
Yeah, P and Z will be in here.